Good morning and welcome to the second day of this year's virtual BioStock Life Science Summit. Today we have a broad range of interesting companies presenting and also a panel discussion later on. But without further ado, I would like to leave the word to Mattias Svan, the CEO of Nextcell Pharma, who is the first company presenting today. The floor is yours, Mattias.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Nextcell is a Swedish cell therapy company from the Karolinska Institute, and we are focusing on finding new therapies for autoimmune diseases, for inflammatory states, and also treatments that can prevent transplant rejection. Our drug candidate is called ProTrans. It is a mesenchymal stem cell-based therapy with stem cells from umbilical cord tissue, and we use these cells to balance a hyperactive immune system. This is the cause of many of the autoimmune diseases and also for inflammatory states. Our lead project is in diabetes type 1, where we recently got phase 2 data. We also started a clinical program in COVID-19, and we have yet another project in preclinical setting. These stem cells are the same kind of stem cells that we offer parents to store from their own children to have for the medical future of the baby and the family. And we do that under the trade name CellaViva, which has grown to be the largest stem cell bank in the Nordics. But I will only talk about ProTrans. So our project that has reached the furthest is in diabetes type 1, and we have a very clear scientific rationale why this is an active treatment in diabetes. The cause of diabetes type 1 or the onset is not really known, but what is causing the disease is that you have a autoimmune reaction towards the insulin-producing cells. And there are a variety of different immune cells that causes this effect. In the panel to the left, we see a mesenchymal stem cell, and these stem cells have the ability to balance a hyperactive immune system. So this is not an immunosuppression, this is an immunomodulatory effect to bring back the natural balance between inflammation and regeneration. And these cells can achieve this by the interaction with a wide range of immune cells. So we have a potential treatment of the underlying disease and not only the symptom. We recently got the data from ProTrans 2, which is our phase 2 trial, where we have randomized patients to either active treatment with ProTrans or placebo. And we have treated patients that recently got their diagnosis. They still have to have endogenous insulin production because our cells will not produce insulin. They will protect and preserve the insulin-producing cells that the patients still have. So they need to have insulin production still ongoing. We only treated adults, and these patients, except for the diabetes, they were healthy. This slide covers both ProTrans 1, which was our phase 1 trial, and ProTrans 2, which then is the randomized placebo-controlled double-blinded. So neither the patients nor the doctors knew which patient got which treatment. So we measured the insulin production of each patient before treatment and compared that to 12 months after treatment. The primary endpoint was safety and also the efficacy. We wanted to see if we could preserve the insulin-producing cells over 12 months. And we measured that as C-peptide area under the curve, which is the golden standard. And the primary efficacy endpoint was achieved. We saw a statistically significant difference between ProTrans-treated patients as compared to placebo-treated. On average, the ProTrans-treated patients lost 10% of the insulin production over 12 months, whereas the placebo patients lost on average 47%. So despite that there was rather few patients, only 9 completing the ProTrans arm and 5 in the placebo arm, we achieved statistical significance. When looking at the individual outcome, this is an explorative analysis compiling patients both in ProTrans 1 and 2. So when looking at the patients that had an increase in insulin production after 12 months, we saw that 4 of 15 patients actually got better in the insulin production. This was in the medium and high dose, as compared to no patients in the placebo or low dose. Putting a threshold at 5% decrease would be more or less stopping disease progression. We have almost half the patients that were optimally treated, 7 out of 15, but none of the patients in low dose or in placebo. So this is a clear effect, and it's an immunomodulatory effect. We don't see any severe adverse events. There are other products being developed that are focusing on immunosuppression. Most of them are antibodies knocking out a specific immune cell. And this is a meta-analysis where they compare 7 different clinical trials. They are not the same trials, and it's hard to compare. But what we see here is that you achieve an improvement between 20 and 55%. Our drug candidate is performing like the best ones, maybe even superior to the best ones. The huge difference here is that we don't see any severe adverse events. Patients in these trials are hospitalized. They might drop out of the trial because they can't stand the treatment. So we have a huge safety benefit. I will totally switch the indication to COVID-19. And this is a very different disease in comparison to diabetes. We move from a chronic metabolic disease with basically healthy patients to a very severe state, a viral infection that is acute and can cause hyperinflammation in the lungs if the disease progresses. And this might lead to acute respiratory distress syndrome which has a rather high mortality. COVID-19 can be divided into 3 different stages. First is a viral infection, then you have the effect on the lungs, and after that you might end up in a hyperinflammation state, which is the risk for ending up in intensive care and having to be in a respirator or in a mechanically ventilated or ECMO. So we want to treat the patients in stage 2, where they have a severe pneumonia, but still not going into the ICU unit. Choosing a disease that affects the lungs is very relevant for mesenchymal stem cells, because we know when we give this intravenously, a very large part of the cells will get stuck in the small blood vessels in the lungs. So this kind of cell therapy is optimal in the delivery system, because we will have most of our cells ending up where they should be treating the disease. And similar to autoimmune diseases, we also see that when we get this hyperinflammation, all the immune cells in the alveoli, in the lungs, are activated, and they will start attack their own tissue. By giving mesenchymal stem cells, we can balance this and hopefully keep the patients out of the ICU unit. ProTrans 19 is a phase 1b trial with 9 patients that will be run at Örebro University Hospital. The design is similar to ProTrans 1, a dose escalation, and primary endpoint is safety. We will include patients that are adult. They are in the hospital with a confirmed COVID-19, and they cannot saturate the oxygen more than maximum 96%. So they are in a great risk of ending up in the ICU. So we want to keep the patients out of this. Even though the safety part is over 1 year, but when it comes to secondary endpoints, looking at the efficacy of these treatment, it's a very short follow-up time. We will look at how many patients we can keep out of the ICU, how many patients we can keep alive, and we look at 7, 15, and 30 days. So it's a fairly short trial. So ProTrans is a platform technology. We use functional assays to assess these cells. So we have made a whole panel of different experimental setups where we really measure how good our cells are at stopping T-cell proliferation or expressing interleukin-6. We want to have a cell that is potent to act in all different kinds of pathways. And it's not immunosuppression, it's immunomodulation, which means that we have very little safety issues. We can tweak these assays to have them more disease-specific, but the overall platform is essentially the same. So we make a range of different analyses. We have a selection algorithm to make the overall assessment, and this is what really defines our product. It also ensures that we have a functional drug product that can act on multiple pathways, and we can do this with low variability between batches. It's robust. And this kind of cell therapy is allogeneic, so we can keep it as a stored product since we don't have to match donors and patients. We have proven the safety in diabetes and the easy to use in diabetes. And the stem cell source we use is a very strong, potent stem cell source with the youngest cells available that we can get without an intervention. And it's a rest product, so the willingness to donate is very high. And we can see in our clinical trial program that we have finished phase 2 in diabetes. We are now preparing for phase 3, ProTrans 3, that we hope will bring us all the way to market authorization. And we recently started in COVID-19. And I think I have to stop there for the sake of time.
Thank you, Matthias, for that interesting presentation. I would like to start off with the last thing you talked about here with the ProTrans. And I would like to ask you, ProTrans is now being tested for acute treatment with ARDS and pneumonia with COVID-19. Do you see more possible indications, possible related indications in the long run?
Yes, I think that the lung is a very interesting organ for targeting for our drug product. We are treating the patients with severe pneumonia, keeping them from going into ARDS, which is a very severe state. This is a viral-induced ARDS, if they go that far, and coronavirus is not the only virus that can cause this. There are other reasons why patients will have a too low oxygen saturation and need to be mechanically ventilated. And then that kind of patients that have a hyperinflammation in the lungs, that's really interesting for our drug product. So I don't see that this part of clinical trials would end with a vaccine for COVID-19. We will have more diseases that cause this.
Looking ahead, I would like to ask you, what milestones do you hope to achieve in the near future, or are there any trigger points?
Yes, there are, and I actually have a slide on that because I had to stop for time.
Okay, yeah.
We have another diabetes trial where we have given repeated doses with ProTrans. So it's basically the patients from ProTrans 1 that were asked, would you like to join another trial and have another infusion? Happily, everyone accepted, all 9 patients. which also show on the safety of our drug. No one had any problems with getting the therapy. So we have followed them for another year, so now we almost have 3-year data on the first patient. The last patient, last visit is now this month, so we hope we can present top-line data, efficacy data and safety data already next month. And then when it comes to ProTrans 3, which is a very big trial, we are now preparing. We have discussions with regulatory authorities and with CROs, experts, because we want to design this trial so it will be able to bring us all the way to marketing authorization approval. So during these coming 12 months, we hope to apply and also achieve approval for starting this trial. And then we have COVID-19 trial that is just starting. Professor Per-Ola Karlsson presented at the International Diabetes Day this Saturday and described a trial with teenagers and even younger children receiving ProTrans. So we hope to be able to start that trial also in collaboration with Professor Karlsson. It is his trial, but we will support him with drug.
Thank you very much
Long
for
answer.
Thank you very much for presenting here today, Mattias. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And as for all the viewers online, we will be back shortly with the next company presenting. Thank you. Hi, and welcome back to this BioStock Life Science Summit broadcast. Our next, our next presenting company here today will be Chordate Medical, and beside me here we have Anders Weiland. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you for checking in on this presentation of Chordate Medical. This company is listed on the Nordic Growth Market, NGM SME list under the ticker of SMH. Our charter is neuromodulation by kinetic oscillation, neuromodulation of the anatomic neural system. That's hard word to say. And I'm going to present where we are in terms of our sales and our current products that are CE marked, and also where we are positioned in our current research. The autonomic nervous system, that was the word, concerns both chronic rhinitis and also chronic migraine, which is our new indication. The treatment here and the technology is exactly the same, basically, for both these indications, but the therapeutic targets are, of course, different. Chronic rhinitis concerning a lot of people in the world that have a problem with breathing or talking or sleeping, and a constant stuffed nose. Chronic migraine is one of the worst kinds of migraines or severe headache, and it's also a huge population. So let's dive into this and see what it is about. But first, I thought maybe we should describe a little bit our technology, what we do. And basically this is traditional hardware medtech, which is very easy to understand. There is a central piece called a controller, a computer basically that operates this procedure. There is a disposable catheter, and there is a fixation that you need to have on a patient's head in order to not have to hold the catheter. This controller is now going to soon be replaced by a new, smaller, lighter, and cheaper to make model. And both of these are now CE marked. The disposable catheter that is put in the nostril of the patient, and we'll take a look shortly how that is done, is not our business model. We basically ship these catheters together with a code that is needed to make the machine operate. So we protect our business model by a long code that is needed in order to make the machine do a routine. And the headband, of course, is basically a fixture, and there's nothing special to it. The model here is a single-use model, so you use one catheter for one treatment session with one patient. So, how's this done? Well, we place the catheter tip, which is ending with a balloon, in the lower compartment of the nose. When it's in place, you press start, and the machine automatically fills the balloon with air to a certain pressure, and then when that is reached, it starts to vibrate. This is a certain frequency, amplitude, and also pressure that is designed to make the effect optimal. This goes on for 10 minutes, and then the machine asks you to change to the other nostril, and you repeat the routine at 10 more minutes. So total treatment time is 20 minutes. This can, the first time, be feeling awkward and a little bit painful for some patients, not many, but a few. But the patients actually get adjusted to this treatment very, very easily. And after a minute or so, there is no problem normally at all. And if you have a second treatment some other time, then of course it's no big deal at all. So that is the technology. Now, what does this do? Well, this is the kinetic oscillation. The balloon vibrates and therefore stimulates the very neuro-rich area in the nose, which have various implications and effects on these both indications. So, migraine. This is a preventive treatment for migraine, meaning that you take the treatment and you reduce the number of headache days for a substantial period of time. Migraine is one of the seventh of the world's most concerning conditions. 1 out of 7 suffer from it, according to WHO. It's the third most severe condition, according to WHO as well. Migraine, as everybody knows, somebody that has migraine, of course. But what is chronic migraine? Well, it's defined as having 15 days of headache per month, whereof 8 of these days contains migraine attacks or migraine syndrome. This amounts to somewhere around 2% of the world population. So it's a large patient group that have this chronic migraine condition. Otherwise, it's around 12-15% of any population in the world that has migraine as such. And it differs drastically between women and men, twice as common among women as it is among men. And it's usually also in the active years, adult active years. And it normally goes away by age, when you get up in my age, for instance. So, the normal treatment for migraines are usually pharmaceuticals. Normal painkillers at first, special pharma after that, triptans and ergots, and now recently also added a fantastic drug called monoclonal antibodies. It's a CGRP inhibitor that is quite costly, but also one of the few that is really preventive medicine. All the other ones are acute medicines that you take when you have an attack. There is a second alternative, which is Botox treatments, taken 4 times a year, starting at 31 different injection spots around the head and the face. And some people have moved from, or patients have moved from regular drugs to Botox because they lack the effect of the drugs or they can't take the side effects. Huge market. The migraine pharma market is projected in the 7 major markets to reach somewhere close to $9 billion in 6 years, and it grows drastically. It's also interesting to note that the market for migraine Botox in the 7 major market is 1/10 of that. And that is estimated to be reached in 3 years from now. It doesn't grow as much. It has been in the market for quite some time. So that is the market situation and what is the normal treatment. So why do we invest in a chronic migraine study? Well, we are out to seek an evidence base that is solid, that could lead us to a CE mark. That is what we are aiming to do, to CE mark this indication with this treatment. So currently we're running a study at 9 sites in Germany and Finland, and it's coordinated from a neurology professor in Hamburg by the name of Arne Mai. This is a relatively large study of 140 patients that are randomized in control and placebo group. And we are now expecting the results, or rather the last patient out of this study somewhere in the first quarter of next year. This has been causing a delay due to COVID-19 for some time, as everybody can understand. In May last year, we published the results or recommendations rather from the data monitoring committee that performed an interim analysis at 40% of our first patients. And that recommendation was very strong. It said basically, continue the study, don't change anything. And that is still very good news for us. So we have a good feeling that already there at 40% of the planned volume of patients, we had a good confirmation of that we were on the right track. So we're very excited to see what we can receive at the final data in somewhere in end of Q1. So over to rhinitis. Chronic rhinitis is a widespread condition. It concerns way over 200 million people in the world. It is better to call it a non-allergic, non-infectious rhinitis. Rhinitis as such means basically stuffed nose. The area where we can target this is the non-allergic rhinitis, which is about 100 million people. Half of those belong to the group that's called idiopathic rhinitis, or rhinitis without any other explanation. So that's where we target. Right now you have two basic treatment options, either regular nasal sprays, decongestive sprays, and then there is nothing, and then you can go into surgery. So we land in the middle of that. That's where we are aiming to provide a tool to treat patients. We recently published that we closed the inclusion in our current rhinitis study due to non-conclusive analysis in an interim analysis. This is basically that the statistics didn't show strength enough, so we had to decide to stop that. However, we are sure that we will be able to get valuable data out from this study when it's completed after the last 12-month follow-up. Our case is built on building strength in patents. We have over 50 patents in the world, proof of concept in the market, and scientific evidence, as we have discussed. And this is what we're building on the right side. We're selling today. It's chronic rhinitis, it's CE mark, and it's of course affected by COVID-19, but there are things happening that are extremely positive for us in the sales department. We go to market through regular distribution channels, B2C. We also have some other areas, a partnership in China, and we do franchise clinics in Sweden. So these are the three types of go-to-market models that we operate. I'll skip this for time of sake, and here is a gold plate that we can discuss a little later. We can come back to this, I guess, during the questioning. And I'll leave the recap page up because we're running out of time.
Thank you for that presentation, Anders. I would like to start off with the question, which one of your indications represent the biggest market? Is it the rhinitis or migraine?
It is by far the migraine.
Yeah.
That is an extremely well-defined, well-populated and rich market. You can't only look at the volume of patients, but of course it's fairly similar in both these areas. The thing with rhinitis is that, as I alluded, there isn't really anything to offer patients for remedy right now in the middle. Therefore, the market has to accept a new method and adopt to it, and that takes time. Whereas in the migraine side, you have a very highly specialized care. All migraine patients have professional specialized care already. There is a lot of alternatives. The thing with migraine is that none of these alternatives, be it various types of drugs or even the new monoclonals or Botox, is effective for all patients. It's a relatively shy number of responders to each of these alternatives. So there is always a search for other things to offer the patients, which makes a wonderful opportunity for us.
So the biggest difference between could you elaborate a bit about that, the biggest difference between your migraine?
As market goes,
yeah.
The rhinitis is still to become a market, honestly, and the migraine is a very well-structured market.
You recently got access to a reimbursement code in Saudi Arabia. How do you think this will affect your business there?
Well, this is the result of the quite some few years together with that distributor of us in Jeddah that have been working steadily to try to get to an acceptance. And this is rhinitis, by the way, so that, as migraine is not approved yet. And now they finally, on the private side, have access to an existing CPR code or a reimbursement code that provides payment for these treatments on a quite attractive number, basically. So now all of a sudden we expect that this will open up the market for rhinitis, which is quite pronounced in Saudi Arabia and in the Gulf area in general. So we're hoping that this will lead on. This is on the private side. You have 100 plus hospitals on the private side in Saudi and 400 plus public hospitals. This is likely to spill over to the public side as well.
I would like to finish with a question regarding the goals. Could you maybe take that slide? Could you talk a little bit about the goals here for 2021?
Yeah, I mean, of course, the big goal now is or milestone is, of course, to reach the last patient out of the migraine study, and then, of course, the result has to be computed and cleaned and the report generated. Then we're looking forward to publication in a scientific journal. But we will use that immediately, that result, to accelerate the CE mark process that is already submitted since long for this indication. So CE mark somewhere a year from now, this is our goal. And then, of course, sales start on migraine in conjunction with the CE mark. On the chronic rhinitis, let us get rid of this pandemic so that the very nice sales activities and results we saw from Italy first quarter of this year can continue where it was dropped off, and then of course Saudi and also we're looking at the Nordic area. I also showed a quick picture on the new controller, the small lightweight controller that does wonders to our gross profit.
Thank you very much, Anders, for the presentation and the questioning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And for all the viewers online, we will continue this broadcast in a second. So stay tuned.
Welcome back to BioStock studio here at Medicon Village in Lund for today's first presentation from this studio, and that will be given by P.A. Hedin, Head of Sales for SensoDetect. Welcome.
Thank you. As previously mentioned, my name is P.A. Hedin, representing SensoDetect. We are a company that have been around for quite some time. As a matter of fact, the research is based on 30 years of research. It's from a Department of Neuroscience at Lund University. Our founding father is Cereno Scientific, assistant professor at that time. We are, as a company, we were founded in 2005, and we were publicly noted in the Spotlight market in 2009. So what is it we actually do? Well, as I've mentioned previously, neuroscience, but we are a tool to objective diagnosis for mental illness or mental disorder. We have done studies that I will go through a little bit briefly shortly in pharmaceuticals as well, but we are focusing on ADHD, autism, schizophrenia, and actually dementia, which is not mentioned in the slide here. So before I go into what actually the services that we can offer to the market, I'll go through a little bit on the scale of the issue. So according to WHO, around 450 million people already today around the globe suffer from a mental or neurological disorder. Most of them live in North America, but are very closely followed by Western Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. It is also estimated that the market, or the costs for society as such, will be up to a whopping 16 trillion by 2030. And as you can imagine, with the growing population, this will grow, and it will actually affect 1 in 4 at any one point in their life. No company in the world, and if anybody claims that, I would reject it directly, but we cannot actually address all the mental illnesses and disorders in the world with our tool, but we can address the focus ones that we have selected, which are ADHD, autism, schizophrenia, and dementia. To enter the market properly and in a controlled manner, we have chosen ADHD to be our primary focus. That, simply put, is because it affects around 390 million people around the world. That is about 5 to 7% of the children and adolescents, and about 2 to 5% of the adults. It's a picture. I hope you can see it. It's our founder father, Cereno Scientific. He's was not only a psychiatrist and a professor, but he also is a musician. So he was looking into meeting patients with schizophrenia, and he discovered that there is a correlation between auditory response in his patients, playing different sounds. So he got curious about that. That was about 30 years ago. And so he started mapping out what the responses in the brain are to different types of sounds. And I will go through that briefly also in the coming slide. There are, however, a lot of stigma around the world when it comes to mental illnesses. We as a company do not offer a solution to that stigma. However, we hope to educate a bit around it to enter the market, of course. But we can help a lot with the availability. So there is a problem today that the measurements that are done or the diagnoses that are done are very subjective. We offer a service where you can objectively diagnose a mental disorder. So it is not we who set the diagnosis, but we help the psychiatrists and the mental health care workers to set that diagnosis. The solution, the technology as such. So you can see on the left side of the presentation, you see ear. That is what we actually start with. The patient gets a headset, electrodes connected to 5 points, and then we can start playing a sound. And simply put, it is a bit more complicated, but simply put, it is sounding like, or different intervals. Then we measure the brainstem's response from the medullary points, inferior calculus to thalamus and cortex all the way. That takes about 15 milliseconds, and then we measure the peaks and the left and right asymmetries. We also measure habitation measures. That is, so if you hear a sound very loud, you will react, but then you will be comfortable with that sound afterwards. When it comes to, for instance, a patient with schizophrenia or ADHD, you will get alarmed and then continuously alarmed because you have a high alert on those. So we measure the curves and we compare them with reference subjects. Market. I'm a very positive person, but if you do the calculations, so a number of people in the world are around 7.8 billion people right now. And if you take the general assumption of what the research has shown, about 5% of the total population around the globe have ADHD. The potential customers only for ADHD, not autism, schizophrenia, and dementia, you'd get around 390 million potential customers. Looking into a potential average sale of 75 euro, you'd have an enormous number. That is why I said the very positive number. But no matter how you kind of like twist and turn this, you would still have a very large number and the market value or the market potential of our service. So in this example, 1% would mean around 300 million euros. So how will we offer this service to our customers? Well, we'll offer it through a pay-per-use service. So you actually don't pay anything for the measurement device, but you pay per measurement that you do. I just got a sign that I have a little bit low on time, so I'll speed up a bit. We will have a break-even around 2022, Q2 I would say around. We will have some investment costs, of course, entering markets such as regulatory and legal. We'll also have marketing campaigns, and we'll have to adjust the pricing and do campaigns on price as well. But as you can see, if we enter the markets in that we are in right now, we're in India, Bolivia, China, South Korea, and Nordics, and we expect to have soon Saudi, Egypt, UAE, and France. And in 2022, we're targeting to start to work in the markets of England, USA, and Japan. I will just say briefly in this slide, as I have a little time left, I would say that India, we just signed a distribution agreement last week. And the reason why we want to go into India is, of course, that it's in a huge market. It has 1.4 billion people. Of course, the government has realized that it needs a new healthcare plan. So they're spending a lot of money and resources to educate and to put in policy support to make it easy to enter the market. In all the markets, and as you can see in this slide, we have secured our patents. So we have global patents, and that also is in India, of course. In India, we will have it will class as a Class A device, which is Class 1 as a reference in MDD and MDR. So no company can be founded and say that they are an R&D company unless they do substantial amount of studies. This is an example of the study we did in Uppsala University, where we could see that we could discriminate with schizophrenia and ADHD versus healthy controls with 91.4% specificity and 87.5 sensitivity, which is significantly better than any other measurement method to set diagnosis of mental illness. As I said, patents, yes, we cover them all in all different parts of the markets in global. We have one patent that covers the technology as such. Then we have a patent that controls the software and the clicking sounds and and then we have the last one, which actually covers the analysis of that response on the brainstem response. I'd also like to mention quickly that brainstem is involuntary. So when I say objective, the reason why I say that is that you can actually take this test while you're asleep, because you cannot control this reaction at any point of time. In summary, there is a the scale of the issue is huge and is growing with the population. There's become a significant attention on mental illness and disorders all around the world, especially now when we have COVID and people have lots of more time to think and react to things. It has a huge effect on society, meaning that with our service, offering a service that could help to set diagnosis at a faster time and a correct one with non-subjective measures, we can help the mental healthcare workers and the psychiatrists to set that at a faster pace and to compare between different cultures and regions. You can see the black dots here. Once again, just repeating, we are in Bolivia right now, negotiating with Saudi Arabia, Egypt and UAE, Sweden, South Korea, India, and then we are also doing a push in China right now. But that's in the early stages. Before I end, of course, we have a stock option program that ends in the 11th of December, which I think you should look into. It's without promising too much, it's very, very high potential and a low price compared to what you would get in the coming years.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's no doubt a very interesting product, and you talked a little bit about your studies here. And if we look then at the competitive landscape, first of all, is there a competitive landscape? Is there anything else like this out there?
No, there is no such thing as an objective diagnosis or help to set the diagnosis, I would say. There are, however, subjective ones, of course. You have the psychiatrists, which we will still need their long experience and know-how in talking to patients, of course. And then there are forms and different methods to do this. There are also subjective tools out there for eye tracking and movement of face tracking, for instance.
So the idea is that this would be used as a complement to a psychiatrist's evaluation then in hospitals? Or, yeah.
Yes. So it's not a replacement for it, because we believe that the psychiatrists and mental health care have a lot of experience already that we would rather like to learn from than to take over, so to speak.
I understand. You talked a little bit about the markets here that you are aiming for. Do you see any particular issues with market penetration? I know you mentioned the cultural differences and so on. Is that a factor in trying to sell this tool for mental disorders?
Yeah, I think, you're right. Just briefly mentioning the stigma, of course, surrounding it. That, for instance, in certain cultures, it's embarrassing to say that you have a mental disorder. We cannot help. We will help in the marketing campaigns, of course, and creating the awareness around it. But I think the major one is that this is a new technology, and that will, of course, make hinders to could I use it, can I trust it, and those kind of things. So we will help to mitigate that. We will take help from the distributors. That's why we're taking that approach. So you have a distributor in India, for instance. That distributor knows most about the culture and the opinion leaders and how to do a marketing campaign and so on for that specific region.
And if we look ahead to next year, what milestones do you hope to have achieved by this time 2021?
We hope to have more distribution agreements. Of course, we need to up the sales as well. We will have achieved India, increasing the sales in India. We'll have a contract in China, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and UAE. That's one distributor. And then also entering the market in Europe. Because I think it's like a rock star or a pop star or anything. If you don't have your home market, then that will become an issue, of course, for the other markets.
Well, thank you so much for coming here and telling us about your product.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And thank you for watching. We will be right back after a break with a panel session. Thank you.
So we are back from our short break, and we are getting ready for our third and final panel discussion of this 2020 BioStock Life Science Summit. Today's panel will focus on partnering and business development, and of course the effects that the ongoing pandemic has had on the process of business development and the deal-making process, basically. And with me today to discuss these very important matters, I have a very distinguished panel comprising of three highly experienced people, and I'm very proud and pleased to present to you. We have Anna Gran, who is Business Development Manager at Novo Nordisk. We also have with us Toon Bakin, who is Director of Business Development at Amgen. And last but not least, we also have Lubor Gal, who is Senior Vice President and Head of Europe at the transaction specialist firm Locust Walk. First of all, welcome to all of you. Nice to have you. How are you doing?
Great, thank you.
Thank you,
very
Jonas.
well.
Everything fine.
Great. We're going to dive straight into it with a short presentation round. I will give you each 1 minute to say a few words about yourself and your respective roles, what you do. So let's start with you, Anna.
Thank you very much, Jonas. Hello, everybody. I recently joined Novo Nordisk. I am currently working in, I used to work in the early space of R&D, business development, working with scientists and startups mainly. Now I have moved into the late stage commercial business development space. I'm working with Novo Nordisk in a global role mainly with projects that are either in the clinic or already commercialized and on the market. So happy to be here today.
And happy to have you, Anna. Toon, you're up next.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, everybody. And thank you, Jonas and BioStock, for the invitation to this event. About more than a year ago, I joined Amgen, which was post to New Evolution acquisition. I'm pretty sure many people are familiar with that one. I'm being part of the global transaction team based in Europe. The majority of our people are based in Los Angeles on the West Coast. But obviously we have a smaller team here in Europe as well, not necessarily focusing on European deals or ex-US deals, but it's basically the way it is. I have been in BD for a while. Nycomed, Takeda, obviously Nycomed acquired Takeda, and last but not least, of course, New Evolution, which was acquired by Amgen. From a deal scope, I have been involved in a number of transactions, even the COVID-19 one in June this year with Amgen. And my deal experience is ranging from M&A deals, primarily in emerging growth markets, to licensing deals and even equity investments. So that in a nutshell.
In a nutshell, that's quite a lot. Thank you very much, Toon. Lubor, you would like to say a few words about yourself and what you do as well? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Pleasure to be on this panel. A few words about Locust Walk. Locust Walk is a life science transaction firm. We're offering corporate strategy, market research, strategic action, and capital markets capabilities on a global scale. We act as a strategic partner to executive management, in which we can take care of all the business development needs, but also can do capital raising. And more, we're asked to do corporate and portfolio corporate strategy work. We're not consultants, but we are deal makers. We think like pharma companies or investors. We speak their language. And we have built this infrastructure at Locust Walk in order to support our clients with all the tools and intelligence they need, or we need, in order to be successful at deal making. With over 100 years, hundreds of transactions ranging from simple vanilla licensing agreement to complex co-development and co-commercialization partnership for M&A transactions, our clients benefit from over 100 years of deal making experience and finding creative solutions. While we're agnostic in regards to therapeutic areas and could do medical device agreements, we have deep domain expertise in oncology, neuroscience, immunoscience, as well as rare and orphan diseases and gene and cell therapy. We are over 50 professionals operating globally as an integrated team in our headquarters in Boston and offices in San Francisco, Tokyo, Barcelona, and soon London. We're very happy to speak at this event. A couple of words of myself. I'm a scientist by training. I did a PhD in Berkeley a long time ago and been doing business development for over 20 years, mostly at pharmaceutical companies. Pleasure to be on the panel.
Thank you very much, Luo, for that comprehensive presentation. So let's dive right into it. I would say that despite the COVID situation, there certainly seems to be no lack of interesting deals being made. And initially, the pandemic sort of disrupted the whole business, the capital flow, and so on. But would you say that the BD process now is more or less back to business as usual? What do you think, Anna?
Well, you're right. There certainly was a drop, I would say, in activities and also in the general stock market in March this year. There was a lot of holding off and waiting, and there also was a spectacular rebound over the summer with some of the stocks reaching an all-time high. So in terms of I would say the general market and also deal making, there certainly has been a return to business. Whether that the return to business is as usual when it comes to BD processes, I'm not so sure. There certainly have been changes in the way we conduct business as we see today already with our event being virtual. I think we're going to move into that discussion a little bit more in detail through the panel. Let me just add a couple of small comments still. Certainly during this year, we've seen negative interest rates, which it means that having money in the bank is maybe not the wisest thing at the moment, and that potentially also could help the rebound that we're seeing in both in the market as well as in deal making. And from Novo Nordisk's point of view, we actually completed 2 of our biggest acquisitions in recent times this year. So that is testament to that deals certainly can get done also during the COVID pandemic.
Thank you very much, Anna. And Toon, you also mentioned a specific COVID deal being made earlier this year. How's the process been affected from your point of view?
Well, I think I agree with Anna. I mean, obviously there was a downturn or maybe a slight decrease in deal activity during the month May, June, not necessarily already in March or April. So deal activity has gone down a little bit. But on the other hand, we should not forget that basically the biotechs and the pharmas have missed out on 3 main bio events. And obviously the upcoming JPM will also be a virtual one. So there is still the time zone challenge for many companies. So that is one thing. And therefore, I think the pace is not back and business as usual is not applicable. From an Amgen point of view, Amgen made quite significant efforts in 2019. They acquired the Tesla, a product that came out of the BMS Celgene merger. We took a large stake in a Chinese company, Beijing, and obviously New Evolution was acquired, slightly smaller deal though. The good thing about the COVID situation, you can say, it's obviously due to the virtual environment easier to connect with big pharma. But it has put some pressure, I believe, on the truly quality of pitching because, there is maybe more access to interesting opportunities. But of course, the companies, including Amgen, will prioritize maybe even stronger because of the flow of opportunities. When it comes to deal assessment and DD work, I believe the situation has not really been much impacted by the pandemic because these kind of things has always been done, at least to a large extent, virtually anyway.
So no real disruption there. So in terms of the current deal flow and capital flow, that's quite significant into the sector then. do you think this will continue if we look down the road into 2021, for example? Lubor, I suspect your firm is involved with a few of the deals being made. So what's your take on that?
Yeah, let me first talk about the capital flow. It's been at historic dimensions, I know, and it looks like it's not going to stop. I mean, in the US, there was a lot of concern about the US election having an impact on the stock market. We see none of that. It may be overshadowed by the recent euphoria about the news about the vaccines for COVID. If you look at the stock market recently, it has gone up pretty much 10% since the news came out on the vaccines, which coincided a little bit with the election. So right now it looks like everything is on track and it's going to continue to 2021. So, but you have to be, of course, nobody knows for certain how long this party will last, because like I said, we're on historic dimensions, not just on the public market, but also on the private market. We looked at the quarterly reports, and what's good for news for European companies is that Q3 was basically almost $1 billion in private financing. This is historic, levels, across, I don't know, there has probably not been a year like this or a quarter like this in 10 years in Europe. And what is good is it's a financing across the board for European companies, from startups to late stage, led by companies like Lava, which raised $83 million, led by Novo, or a Danish-Swedish company, Galacto, which raised 64 million led by EA Ventures. So we're now seeing raises in Europe, which are on par with US companies, which is great news for European companies who always lag behind the US. So I think from a financial market, we see a very, very strong situation for European companies. And I think European companies are definitely advised to take advantage of it now, because while it looks like it's going to continue in 2021, nobody knows what next year will be. So I wouldn't wait. If any company has capital needs, I would take advantage of the situation now. On the flip side is, and that's actually good news for the biotech companies. What we see normally, if there's a strong capital market, that partnering is that the biotech companies are more selective of partnering. There's not such a big need. It's actually, it's not good for. I mean, it's good for pharma, because pharma will benefit from the capital flow, because programs will maybe be taken further. Companies will have stronger data packages. So in some way, pharma will benefit. But on the other hand, it may need to pay more for those assets, because companies are less desperate to do the partnering. So I think it's actually a positive for both parties of our universe. But Ton is right. I mean, deal making isn't easy, has never been easy. My take is, if you look at the real significant deal that pharma companies have done, there will be less this year for the reasons that Ton has said. But also because some companies are aware of their cash flow. People don't know how the COVID situation is like. We're on the development side. We only see how drugs are being developed. But on the sales side, pharma companies are worried about countries not making payments for the drugs that they're spending. And that's a situation we had similar to the financial crisis 10 years ago. So I will expect that some pharma companies will be more careful than others about doing big deals.
Right. And in terms of, you mentioned earlier that the pharma industry, missed out on three big conferences of the bio events that are usually like melting pots for companies to meet and for initial contacts to be made. Would you say that, or should I say, how should you, as a small company, as a biotech company, in these days, how should you practically go about it in the best way to sort of to get connected now? If you can't go and meet people in person, in a digital setting, what would be the best tips that you could give to a small company who wants to connect with a big pharma? I'm directing the question to you first, Anna.
Well, I think to an extent, virtual partnering is here to stay. It doesn't mean that it will completely replace or overshadow person-to-person meetings. I think the main limitation is, what I'm seeing and what my team is seeing, that a lot of from the big pharma side at least, a lot of the work that we do is relying on existing relationships. So I think that kind of initial step of cold calling is probably harder today. And so what becomes key is really leveraging that internal network, keeping it alive, and leveraging those existing relationships, but also really seeking out who could be a broker for me, who sits on that pot of gold, which is like a phone book full of numbers to the VCs and the big pharmas that I need, who can just give a call and introduce me, because ultimately that cold calling is also linked to the difficulty of gaining trust over Zoom. When you're not able to maybe properly read the other person's face, or if you're seeing a virtual, a meeting room with lots of small faces, and it's hard to read the temperature. It's hard to really get that interpersonal trust and relationship to get going. So if you already sit on that, or somebody who trusts you who sits on that, that is an asset. So I would probably advise to really focus on that initially.
Thank you, Anna. And I see Lubo is frantically waving his hand in the small little window that I see him in here. Saying, just give me a call, give me a call.
Absolutely. No, Anna's right. I mean, we are in a small industry, and we have built relationships. Of course, we have an extensive network to all people. We're not relying just on partnering meetings. This is good for people who know nobody, but if been in this business like we've been many years, you know who to contact for what assets, and that's basically our job.
Yeah, and Toon, you have recent or very fresh experience and being on the seller's side, so to speak. What would be your best practice advice to hopeful biotech managements out there? How do they get the attention of a big pharma these days?
Yeah, sure. Well, as I mentioned, the virtual environment has, I believe, still facilitated and hopefully an easier contact with big pharma. Obviously, you need to have some network in place, and you need to have company support, board support. In New Evolution, we obviously did quite a number of efforts, but still relatively targeted. And I think it's fair to say that you need to update your potential target on a regular basis. Biotech companies need to be aware of that. The pitch should be pretty straightforward. It is still surprising that we receive pitches from companies in therapeutic areas that Amgen doesn't have an interest in. I think that homework should be done more proper. And after a first pitch or after an interaction with a big pharma, I think fast responses after the call are actually pretty important because there's so much other companies that ask for that 10-minute pitch. So I think fast responses, follow-ups, act diligent, and ask for feedback is very important. And another thing which is maybe sometimes challenging, but definitely worth exploring for biotech companies is try to get access to the big pharma at different levels in the organizations or different areas of the organization. The CEO, the CSO, the BD professional, all these people need to start thinking that, hey, we can use our network as well. And of course, that means internal alignment within the biotech, but it is actually quite important to get R&D backup, BD business backup, reaching out to the highest level in the organization. What we also see in Amgen is 9 out of 10 times counterproductive, because at the end of the day, the proposition will end up in BD if actually it will boil down from let's say the CEO seat. So that is a waste of time for both parties. So target your audience straightforward. Do not overshoot and go to the CEO of the company, but stay within the boundaries of a realistic approach.
Thank you very much, Toon. That was very very concrete tips. Anna, do you feel like you would like to add something?
Yeah, perhaps just one thing. I think what's good about all of this is that now we don't need to line up top managements on the buyers and the sellers side. Spending a month aligning on travel itineraries and cross-continental or Atlantic flights. It's possible to just have that virtual meeting set up tomorrow or next week. So I think when you do have done all the work that Tony is referring to, when you have that open line, then there are a lot of things that you can do a lot of faster. However, what we also see is that there are a couple of clear pitfalls. One is, anything that has to do with inspections, site visits. We actually had a situation where we were able to find one qualified person in a country working for Novo Nordisk in a country far away, able to conduct a diligence site visit and report back on results when live streaming isn't allowed. Cameras might not be allowed at the manufacturing sites or the labs. Photos might not be allowed. That certainly is something that you might need to really rethink about. How do you stream, maybe over an iPhone, that the BD transaction person of the biotech holds in his or her hand the site? How do you actually show and disclose what you got and what it looks like? And the second just tip is, when you sit down and you negotiate the terms, what we see is, now that there isn't this hurry to get the next flight home, let's just hash this out and be done before we leave the room. We see 10 offers, 12 rounds of offers, back and forth, and that's great, but it also delays the actual signing of the deal.
So in essence, do your homework, don't waste anyone's time, and be prepared, and make sure that you have everything in place before you start negotiating, so it doesn't drag out forever. Thank you very much, Anna, for that advice. I can see now that our time is actually running out, and I wish we had put this panel last, because then we could go on and go on. However, we have quite a few more companies that are going to present, and they can do so then being pleased to know that you guys will follow them with your sharp scouting eyes. So thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thanks for having
you.
me.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will take a short break now and be back right away with a company presentation from RhoVac. Stay tuned.
And as promised, we're back here in BioStock studio with a presentation from RhoVac and CEO Anders Monsen. Take it away, Anders.
Thank you. Right, so welcome to the presentation of RhoVac. My name is Anders Monsen and I'm the CEO of the company. RhoVac is an immuno-oncology company whose drug candidate specializes in targeting metastatic cells in order to prevent cancer recurrence after primary tumor therapy. We're a clinical stage 2B company in prostate cancer, and we're looking for a partner after study conclusion early 2022. The next slide is simply a safe harbor statement, which I will allow for just a few seconds before starting the discussion on RhoVac. So the patient that we hope to be able to help with our drug candidate is a patient that I think many people can relate to. It is the patient who is diagnosed with cancer, who undergoes primary tumor therapy for that cancer and is cleared of cancer, only to find months or years later that the cancer has recurred and it is now in its metastatic state, which of course has a far worse prognosis. As I suggested that this is a patient that many of us might know, you will understand that this is a huge unmet medical need. In plain text, the general objective of our drug candidate, RV001, is to prevent cancer recurrence after initially successful primary tumor therapy by eliminating potentially remaining metastatic cancer cells. You see, the problem that we're addressing is that at the time that the physician is addressing the primary tumor, there is no way of knowing for certain if isolated metastatic cancer cells have not already migrated out of the tumor and escaped into the body's tissue somewhere. And this is the reason for the recurrence of a cancer in those cases. And as I suggested, this is a huge unmet medical need, not only in prostate cancer, which is the first indication that we're engaging in, but also in many other indications. So how do we think that RV001, our drug candidate, can help? What is the mechanism of action? Well, it's essentially divided into three pillars, and one pillar is a really established one. That is the proven technology that we're based on, or methodology, if you like. It's sometimes referred to as cancer vaccination. More specifically, it is in our case antigen-based T-cell activation via dendritic cells and antigen-presenting cells. Now, I won't go into that in detail, but you can find more details on exactly how this works at our homepage. To this pillar, we've added two new components. One is the target protein. We have a target protein called RhoC. This is the very protein that gives to the metastatic cells their ability to migrate. So if there is no RhoC, metastatic cancer cells cannot exist. This is a protein that is overexpressed specifically in metastatic cancer cells and in cancer stem cells. But the beauty is that it's not specific to any particular type of tissue. It is prevalent in prostate cancer, metastatic cancer cells, but also in lung cancer, in colon cancer, in skin cancer, etc. So if the concept works in prostate cancer, it is likely to work in other cancers too. On top of this, we've introduced a new treatment paradigm. Whereas most immunotherapy is aimed at late-stage tumors, we are going for a nip-it-in-the-bud strategy, as I alluded to before, right after primary tumor therapy, trying to combat or knock out the isolated metastatic cancer cells prior to their being able to form solid metastases. Solid metastases or solid tumors have many biological mechanisms whereby they can try to avoid penetration by immune cells. So this is the reason for going for this paradigm shift. Where are we now? We're engaged in a phase 2B study in prostate cancer. The objective of this trial is to show that we're able to prevent progression in prostate cancer patients with biochemical failure, that's a rising PSA, after curative intent therapy, which would be surgery, a radical prostatectomy, or radiation therapy. The study will examine 180 patients across 40 centers in Europe and the US, and it will finalize recruitment in Q2 next year and conclude the results of the study early 2022. And at that time, we aim to make an exit with the project. I'll get back to that later. As I alluded to before, this is potentially a tissue-agnostic treatment. So if we get a proof of concept in one cancer, which is now prostate cancer as the first one, we're able to expand this concept into other cancers. And indeed, we're also able to expand this concept within prostate cancer. It is highly likely that we could expand it into earlier stage patients as monotherapy, and possibly also into later stage patients in combination with the already established therapies in this arena, for example, hormone therapy. But it doesn't stop there. We could expand this into other cancers as well. As I alluded to before, RhoC is an overexpressed phenomenon also in metastatic cancer cells of, for example, skin cancer, lung cancer, colon cancer, many other cancers. So it has huge potential once a proven proof of concept is established. A few words on the compound and formulation itself. It's a peptide-based product which is of significance. This means that it is inexpensive and not cumbersome to produce, which allows it to address a mass market, and we are addressing it as first-line pharmaceutical therapy. It is given as 12 subcutaneous injections over the course of a year. It starts with one injection every other week, then monthly injections, and 6 months after the final monthly injection, a booster injection is given, and that's it. We do have solid patent protection around this, and further market exclusivity would be offered by the biological license application that would take this compound to market. So let's look at the results that we have so far. We conducted a phase 1 study in prostate cancer. This concluded in 2018. There was a 1-year follow-up that concluded in 2019. This is of 22 patients. And I should also say that an article summarizing this study was published as recently as last week. So 22 patients. Of course, this is a small study, which is always the case for phase 1-2. So all the results that I discuss will have to be taken with that caveat. But we did indeed see very good results here. Of course, the primary aim of a phase 1-2 is safety. We saw excellent safety results, only having reported mild and reversible injection site reactions as the pertinent side effect. As secondary endpoints, we also measured some efficacy parameters. We saw that after the final injection, we had the desired RhoC-specific immune response in 86% of patients. And indeed, in the 1-year follow-up, we saw that it was also 86% of patients that had this immune response, indicating a long-term effect, which is so important as we're aiming to treat preventively. We did also see cancer-specific efficacy in this, even though there are small patient numbers. But in the patients that had measurable PSA, we did see a markedly prolonged PSA doubling time, indicating that we're able to procrastinate or prevent or impair the disease progression. So all in all, excellent results. Of course, again, 22 patients, but these are the results that we aim to confirm with statistical significance in the phase 2b. Now, all this is good news, and of course, as a potential shareholder or as an existing shareholder, you should also seek to verify this with third-party validation. We have 2 companies performing analysis on RhoVac. One is Edison Group, which has been doing so for quite a while, but we also recently added Analysguiden from Aktiespararna. Both of these have performed analyses on RhoVac that you can find through our homepage, and both of these have a very high value assessment of our project. We also have third-party validation in the form that we have got a grant from Horizon 2020, which is the European Union's Research and Innovation Fund. We've got that both for phase 1 and phase 2. The latest edition was last year with 2.5 million euros as a grant to our company. And they also got a quote here from that motivation suggesting that RV001 could be a potential game changer for cancer therapy. And of course, there's third-party validation in the fact that we've got INDs both in the US and in Europe to do the large-scale phase 2b trial. So, looking into the analysis, what could be a potential deal that we could do after phase 2b? Well, Edison suggests a few benchmarks in their account of the analysis of RhoVac. And of course, the vast majority of the deal value is in milestones and royalties. But just looking for a moment at the upfront payment, the median value that they suggest is about $100 million, already many times the market cap of RhoVac. And if you look at Analysguiden and Aktiespararna's analysis, they come up with similar numbers. And it is a very clear strategy of ours to go for an exit in terms of a licensing or an acquisition deal after phase 2b. Do we have the right people on board in order to execute this? I suggest that we do. My own experience is mainly from large pharmaceutical companies where I've worked extensively with mergers and acquisition, leading transactions up to a $700 million deal value. There is ample experience also in the rest of the company. We have Henrik, our CFO, who is also experienced in transactions, and we have also solid experience also from Big Pharma in Stefan Jönsson, who is our CDO. Last but not least, I would like to mention and highlight our scientific advisory board, which also features very prominent people, perhaps best exemplified by Professor Per-Anders Abrahamsson, who used to be the Secretary General of the European Association of Urology, which is also a validation of a kind of our product. Finally, summarizing, RV001 is currently in clinical phase 2b for prostate cancer. It is validated by several parties, backed by the European Horizon 2020 program. If we get a proof of concept in prostate cancer, there is obvious room for expansion into other cancers as well. And we have a very clear and transparent strategy to seek a partnership after phase 2b. Possibly an option deal could be made prior to that. So that is ideally a clear and concise message, and I thank you for listening.
And thank you for the presentation. If we look at something that's happened fairly recently, you applied for a fast track designation with the American FDA. Can you tell us a little bit more about this process and what it means for your candidate?
Yes, I mean, if we were to get a fast track designation, it would be tremendous for the company because, well, first of all, it allows for practical advantages in terms of communicating with and seeking advice from the FDA. But on top of that, of course, it would be a great recognition and another important third-party validation of our project if the FDA were to give it so much recognition as to put it in the top priority ranking of fast-track designation.
Yeah. And if we look at, you mentioned that this is a type of patient that most of us probably know. What would it mean for these patients to have access to a candidate like yours?
Wow, that's a very profound question, but
feeling very profound today.
Obviously, I mean, in this sort of situation, obviously I've not had the experience myself, but if I were in this situation and there was a drug available that improved on my chances of not having a cancer recurrence, it would mean the world to me.
Because these patients undergo a lot of mental suffering, of course.
Yes. I mean, in the case of prostate cancer, there is no therapy available for these patients in this setting. So after primary chemotherapy, they're essentially just sent home only to undergo PSA measurement at regular intervals, but there is nothing they can do to prevent the recurrence of the cancer. And I think that feeling is probably not a good one.
No.
If there was something available that you could take to prevent the recurrence of the cancer, I think a lot of patients would be willing to do that.
Of course. And if we look ahead to next year, what are the most important aims for RhoVac for 2021?
Next year we will finalize the recruitment of the phase 2b, and then we will run preclinical studies in parallel with this and also do some other formulation work. The aim is, of course, that in the start of 2022 to have the phase 2b results at hand, to have all the preclinical work finalized, and to be able to hand over to potential partner the results of the phase 2b, but also other indicative evidence that suggests that the product is also efficacious in other types of cancer.
Well, thank you. We look forward to following you in the coming year then.
Thank you.
And thank you. We will be right back with a presentation from Alligator. Thank you. Welcome back to the BioStock Life Science Summit, where our next presenter is Per Norlén, CEO of Alligator Bioscience. Welcome, Per.
Thank you. Right, are we ready to go?
Go ahead.
So thank you so much. Alligator is a clinical stage public immuno-oncology biotech company, and I would like to go straight to the company highlights. So Alligator has generated 5 clinical stage programs built on our own technology platforms. We have a very strong innovation track record, and we brought them all the way from ID to clinical stage. Today we focus on 2 of these assets, lead assets that are moving into clinical phase 2, and those 2 assets are optimized for a best and first-in-class profile, which is supported by a very strong preclinical and clinical package. Pivotal studies coming up already in 2021, and I will come back to this soon. Also, the last point here is that innovation continues. We have just launched a new concept, NeoX Prime, and this is a way to introduce personalized cancer therapy with an on-the-shelf bispecific antibody. I will come back to how that works. So let's move on, but first a comment on our business model. The problem with immuno-oncology today is that it's very effective only in a subset of patients. And there are very extensive efforts now to increase that to a larger proportion of the patients. Alligator has leading products in 2 of the key pathways being explored, and both those have a first-in-class potential. If we look at the business model, we try to find partners to bring those to the market. And we have been quite successful in the past. Over the last 5 years, we have revenues in terms of milestones, upfront payments, around $50 million. In the long-term perspective, we are of course looking for royalties to continuously finance a company. For each of our products, they have a potential to get royalties at peak sales in the range of 1 billion SEK. So that's the potential of the products we're talking about. It's 1017 and it's mitazalimab that we are advancing now into clinical stage 2. Let's look at the timelines. Mitazalimab has completed clinical phase 1, and we are now ready to submit the CTA for a phase 2 clinical study in pancreatic cancer. It will be submitted in a few weeks. What happens next is for 1017. This product is today in late phase 1 clinical development, and we are about to publish the phase 1 data in the spring next year. That data is primarily a safety study, but there's also potential for a first efficacy signal. Once we have released that data, we are ready to submit the CTA for a phase 2 study also for 1017. And in the end of the next year, mitazalimab will present its first interim efficacy data in pancreatic cancer, with both programs 1017 and mitazalimab having a chance for efficacy results in 2022. Let's move on to 1017. 1017 is a 4-1BB agonist antibody, and this is a key pathway on T cells. T cells, being the effector mechanism of the immune system, is the important part of the immune system to get anti-tumor effect. It's quite similar to PD-1. While PD-1 is releasing the brakes, 4-1BB pushes the gas. And it's just like a car, you need to do the same at the same time in order to get the car rolling and get somewhere. Also, for 4-1BB, there is now emerging clinical validation, and we have a leader in the next generation 4-1BB antibodies, and I'll try to explain why that is important. Next slide. So this is a first generation antibodies. Urelumab on the left-hand side. This is a BMS product. It has been in clinical development for many years, and it's a very strong activating antibody, but also associated with toxicity. And you can see that on the tolerated dose level 8 milligram, which is very low. On the right-hand side, we have utomilumab. It's a Pfizer antibody, and they overcompensated in fear of toxicity and developed a much weaker antibody. That antibody is well tolerated, but there has been no effect demonstrated. So what we have developed, ATOR-1017 in the middle, this is an antibody with a very strong activation, but also a tumor selective activation. And this allows us to get strong efficacy, but also good tolerability. A fact that is now being confirmed by emerging clinical data. So we released a few weeks ago data from the ongoing dose escalation study. We have cleared 100 milligram and are currently dosing on 200 milligram, which is more than 20 times higher than BMS had to stop at. Still, we have quite few drug-related side effects, and among those side effects we do see, there is indication of immune activation, so it looks really promising. Also, if you look at the patients in the study so far, you can see the 10 patients below. We already have 3 patients having stable disease for more than 6 months in the study, despite having such a small patient subset and only being at quite low doses. So really promising data. If we look at the timelines, we have presented interim data that was in the autumn, and we are approaching a full safety readout in the spring. But there's also a chance to demonstrate efficacy in that readout. And then we will submit a CTA to start clinical phase 2 in one of the indications shown below, head and neck, gastric or ovarian cancer. We are developing protocols for all 3, and we will communicate shortly which indication we will go for first, and that will be submitted in the autumn. So let's take a look then at mitazalimab, the second asset we are focusing on. This is an asset that has completed clinical phase 1, and it has a different mechanism of action. By activating antigen-presenting cells, it will induce T-cell infiltration into tumors. And this has the potential to make cold tumors responsive to PD-1 therapy. And that is a fact that actually has been demonstrated now in pancreatic cancer. So let's have a look at the data. This is data in pancreatic cancer. It's one of the leading causes of death in cancer, the second leading cause in fact, and has potential for very fast uptake. In pancreatic cancer, one of our competitors, Apexion, has now shown that CD40 may give much higher response rates in pancreatic cancer. If we look at the bars here, the black bar is standard chemotherapy, response rates in the range of 20 to 30%. And what you can see in the middle, the red bar, that PD-1 does not add any activity. And the explanation is quite simple. This is a cold tumor. There are virtually no T cells in the tumor, and then there's no point in stimulating the T cells. What CD40 does is to bring in the T cells into the tumor. And if you look at the green bar, the Apexion data show that CD40 increased response rates to 40%, and then you can add PD-1 on top, and the increase is rather spectacular, plus 60% response rates. And by that, we are now moving into pancreatic cancer. But first, let us take a look at the competitors. The short story here is we have benchmarked to the competitors, and we have same or better efficacy than all the competitors and a superior tolerability profile. The key competitors are the 3 on the upper left: Alligator, Apexion, and AbbVie. And we have benchmarked also to Apexion, and that also confirms that statement, equal or better efficacy. And that is shown on the right-hand side. So we're taking it into pancreatic cancer. This is a trial we are submitting a CTA for, and it's a rather clever design, we think ourselves. You do combine here with chemotherapy. Chemotherapy is a black triangle that damages the tumor cells. 2 days later, we will add on mitazalimab, and the damaged tumor cells will release antigens that are taken up by dendritic cells, and that we induce more efficient presentation 2 days later. And then this is repeated in sequence. Once we have shown activity on top of chemo, we will add on PD-1 in this study. So the timelines for this is that we will dose the first patient in the spring, and we have a chance for a first efficacy readout end of next year, with a full readout in 2022. So let's leave the clinical programs for a second and just say a few words on our novel concept, Neo-X Prime. One of the key problems here in immune oncology is that the immune system doesn't really know what to attack. The tumors is quite similar to the normal tissue. So what NeoX-Prime does is teaching the immune system exactly what to attack, and it does so in a very clever way. NeoX-Prime can identify tumor material released from the tumors that can be found in the circulation, bring that physically to the dendritic cells and make them present that on that surface. And that will lead to a personalized immune response. This is very attractive from a theoretical perspective, but what really caught our interest is the fact that it's superior in efficacy to anything we have tested before. Next slide is just an example. On the left-hand side, we can see in the green bar is NeoX-Prime response rates, and the blue bar is a combination of two different monospecific therapeutic antibodies. So clearly far outperforms everything we have seen before. And we're now looking for partners to bring this to preclinical and clinical development. We have a number of other assets, and those we are developing in partnership. And I will not go through those in more detail, so just a summary. We focus on ADR1017 and mitazalimab. Both of those programs are at the front in their respective field, and we are now moving them into clinical phase 2 for efficacy assessment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Per.
Thank you.
Let's start. Obviously, you have a broad pipeline with a lot of things going on, but let's start with the NeoX-Prime, which is this novel concept.
Yes.
What reactions have you had to this concept?
Yeah, that's been quite a lot of interest, and I should say from smaller companies wanting to collaborate to larger companies really seeing that this is something completely new. And in a way, it builds on a basic bispecific antibody. But the fact that it can attach to tumor material in the circulation and bring them to the dendritic cells brings a completely new function into immuno-oncology. And this is what caused interest.
Of course, and maybe revealing my own lack of knowledge. There is nothing like that out there. What's the competition like in that specific space?
We are first in the world with this concept. So there are other companies that potentially can repeat and do what we do, but they are far behind us.
Right. And if we look at your pipeline more broadly, what is the competitive landscape like for your candidates?
I would say immuno-oncology is very competitive for any target. With our lead candidates, mitazalimab and 1017, we are among the 3 leaders for both of those targets in the world. So we have a very strong position.
And looking ahead to next year, what is the most important things for you for 2021 to achieve?
Next year is clearly the start of the clinical phase 2 studies.
Of course.
So that's what we're really looking forward to.
Yeah. And can we expect news in terms of partnering perhaps from during next year?
Yes, as you may know, we have increased our capacity within business development, and we have attracted a very senior US business development expert called Gail Mills, and she's now part of the executive management team. And she has extraordinary deals in her baggage, and she is now focusing on both of those 2 clinical candidates as well as NeoX-Prime for partnering. So we have high hopes, but you can never promise within business development.
Of course, but we look forward to following you, and thank you for coming.
Yes, thanks so much.
And thank you for watching Alligator's presentation, and in just a few minutes we will be back with another presentation. Welcome back to BioStock Studio here at Medicon Village in Lund, where I have been joined by Stayble's CEO Andreas Järvard, who is here to present the company. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Hi everyone, as said, my name is Andreas Järvard. I'm the CEO of Stayble Therapeutics. I'm here to tell you a story about Stayble Therapeutics and how we believe that we drastically will be able to change how patients in the future will be treated for their back pain. So we are a clinical phase 2b development company with the asset STA363. We have an ongoing clinical phase 2b trial and we work within discogenic back pain. And I would like to state that there are an enormous market gap for this type of patients. There is a lack of effective treatments, and I'm going to be discussing it later in the presentation, that can we launch a first-line treatment that would be able to help millions of patients that would really benefit both the societal perspective, but also the economic perspective. We have an experienced team with the right competence to take this company forward. We are listed on Nasdaq First North since March this year, and we are continuously developing the company. So giving you a little bit more background about our asset towards discogenic back pain, we believe that there are two major components in discogenic back pain that is causing the problem. It's a leakage of inflammatory substances and it's an instability of the disc segment, which is the rationale for why some patients undergo spinal fusion surgery. The benefit of Stayble's treatment, and it's something that I would like you to remember from this presentation, is that we are targeting the underlying cause of the back pain. Our treatment has the potential to drastically change how patients in the future will be treated, but also has the potential to actually alleviate the patient's pain long term. Our treatment works in the way that we inject the substance directly into the disc, where it triggers the cells to produce collagen, and that introduces a transformation into connective tissue. This stabilizes the segment and eliminates the possibility of disc leakage. We are basing our concept on a known drug substance, which gives us a quicker time to market at a lower risk, both in the early development, but also in the coming trials, both in the clinical phase 2b trial, but also looking forward into the clinical phase 3 trial. A majority of clinical phase 3 assets is actually being shut down not to lack of efficacy, but to unknown and meaning been shut down due to factors related to safety. And us having a known drug substance means that the risk of side effects would be much lower. As stated before, target the underlying cause is very important for us. And we also aim for a durable pain relief with a permanent effect. So this is a single injection with a lifelong permanent effect. This transformation into connective tissue is something that we have seen in the preclinical work, in our animal models, but more importantly in our first clinical phase 1b trial, where we were able to assess before treatment and after treatment by MRI images that we actually saw this transformation into connective tissue. So a very concrete rationale, we have proof of mechanism that we actually can achieve this transformation, and that's what we would like to assess in the coming clinical phase 2b trial. Talk a little bit about the market potential. I was saying in the beginning there's a large unmet medical need for this type of treatments, and it really sees in the number of patients currently suffering. There is more than 100 million patients suffering from discogenic back pain or degenerative disc disease in US, Japan, and EU5. And out of these, we believe that around 30 million patients would be the first target market for us. Is based on that we believe that the typical patient for us suffers from moderate disc degeneration, which is around 30% of the cases. A typical patient for us is also rather young. A patient suffering degenerative disc disease is somewhere between 20 to 50 years old, which means that it's really a working population. There is a large societal aspect of this as well. Can we get these patients back to work? That would be very beneficial both for them but also for society. Looking at the incidence, we have approximately 11.5 million patients that every year gets diagnosed with chronic degenerative disc disease, and out of these we believe that around 3.5 million would be suitable for Stayble's treatment. Talking a little bit of competition, I was stating that there are lack of treatment options for this type of patient. That there really is a large problem here, because physiotherapy and analgesics or painkillers is only effective in around 30% of the cases. You have spinal surgery, which is available for around 1% of all the patients, leaving almost 70% of all the patients without effective treatments, suffering for years and years. We read a Dutch study where the average pain duration for this type of patient that joined the study was 10 years. So it's really something that, can we help these types of patients, that would be very, very beneficial. Would also like to state regarding spinal surgery that the drawbacks of it is, of course, it's expensive. It has a lot of risks connected to it, and a lot of side effects. But most importantly, it's not available for the large portion of patients that is currently suffering. And that's what we would like to offer: a simple treatment that can target the large portion of the patients that is currently not improving with physiotherapy and analgesics. So competition for us lays in other research-based companies, and the main focus is stem cells. There are a couple of companies that is currently also conducting clinical development, but there is no approved drugs on the market currently. And what we see as the main benefit with our treatment is the simplicity of it. It's a single injection, it's a robustness. We have seen in the preclinical models, in the clinical model, that we achieve this transformation, and we're going to have this transformation staying over time. So it's something that works for the patient's entire life. So we listed a company earlier this year in March, and we have been full focused on our clinical development since then. And I must say, even in this very challenging environment with the coronavirus, that we've been able to successfully develop the study going forward. We have started the clinics in all the 3 countries that we aim to conduct a trial in: the Netherlands, Russia, and Spain. We got all the ethical approvals, the regulatory approvals, the local ethical approvals. We started clinics and we treated the first patients. So we're very pleased to say that we're staying on track. Of course, it's a more challenging to do trials in this environment, but we've been able to progress the program forward, which I'm very proud of. The goal is to be able to give top-line results in H1 2022. The aim of the trial is to demonstrate decrease in pain and increase in function. And these 2 are the main components that both the patients, but also payers and surgeons and pain specialists are looking for in this type of treatments. We're going to follow the patients for up to 12 months. It's a double-blinded study, which means that neither we nor the patients or the physician treating the patients knows if they receive active or placebo treatment, which is very important for the validity of the data. We're going to include around 100 evaluable patients, which means that we aim to recruit 126 patients in total to have a higher number for dropouts. Shouldn't talk too much about the team, but we have an experienced, dedicated team with knowledge spanning from early pharmaceutical development to large clinical trials. We have business development, we have financing, and we have the competences we need to be able to develop the company going forward. We also have a lot of advisors that supports the company continuously and believes in the concept. So what's going to be happening through next year? What are we going to do? We're going to continue working actively with the clinical phase 2 trial. We're going to recruit patients. We aim to recruit all the patients during next year. We will be able to give some sort of blinded interim results, for example, relates to safety, the usage of the product, etc. We're going to continue to strengthen Stayble's position both internationally and nationally with additional advisory board both in the US and in Europe. We're going to continue with the dialogue through the stock market with this that we're doing with BioStock, but also with our concept inside Stayble, where we give you more insights to what we're doing. We're going to continue to strengthen the team with external collaborations. We aim to expand the team with more members. And we're going to be preparing for a coming deal with regulatory roadmaps, with market access, health economics, deal structures. There's a lot of things that's going to be happening through the next year. And to summarize this, why do we think that Stayble is an interesting investment? And I would say it's a huge medical need. There is really a lack of effective treatments. We have something that is really targeting the underlying cause of the back pain that has the potential to make the patient long-term pain elevated. We have patents covering the intervention in the key markets, very promising results from the phase 1 trial. We have a phase 2 trial that is ongoing, recruiting patient, pushing this forward. We have the potential to be the first drug on the market, and I would say, from my perspective, a very attractive valuation on a clinical phase 2b asset. So thank you very much for listening, and I'm looking forward to the questions.
Good, and thank you for the presentation. You are currently focused on degenerative disc disease in the lower back. Do you intend to broaden this indication in the future? Does it have potential within other indications?
I would say that degenerative disc disease in the lumbar area is the larger market. That's where you find most of the patients, and that's a larger portion of this problem. But you see similar problems in the neck, and that's something that we've been discussing previously. But that would be an extension after we've shown that this actually works and launch it on the market. So it's the lumbar area that is the main focus, but there definitely is potential for indication broadening later on in the development.
So changing tracks a little bit and talking about the financial side instead.
Yes.
Your subscription has started today in your warrant tier 1. Can you tell us a little bit about this funding?
Of course. So we have a warrant currently traded, and there is some challenges with it. It has a strike price that currently is above what we are traded on the stock market. But we see that with the investors we discuss with, there is a large interest in the company. So I feel confident that we will be able to fund the company going forward and to develop it all the way through. And I think also important to point out here is that we've been able to do a lot of stuff since we listed the company. We've been able to go according to plan. We've been able to start the trials. It's really, we are on a good progress. And I think that the fundamental value in the company is still here, and we really have a great journey ahead of us.
But you mentioned here the phase 2b study. What would a positive outcome in that study mean for you as a company?
That's really what we've been working on for the last 5 years since we founded the companies. It's really the milestone that's going to give us the possibility to enter into potential partnering agreement with larger companies. And we were at BioEurope 2 weeks ago and presented, and we saw a much higher interest in the company now compared to previously. So there is a large interest in phase 2b assets. It's rather close to the market, and we believe that can we show that data, there would definitely be a lot of companies wanting to partner with us for the next step.
Right, but we look forward to following that. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, very happy to be here.
And we will be right back with a presentation from Follicum. Thank you for watching. Then I welcome you once again back to our studio here in Lund, where the next presenter is the CEO of Follicum, Jan Ahlenfall. Welcome, Jan, and take it away.
Thank you so much. So Follicum is a small semi-virtual company working with peptides that comes from our own protein. So a peptide is a small fragment of a large protein. These peptides have several advantages in clinical or pharmacological development because they are endogenous, meaning that they are potentially safe, but are also very potent. If you have a very small peptide, that can be quite a low cost of that. And in our case, we work with tissue repair peptides. And the latest years, these peptides have increased interest from both the pharmaceutical industry, and a lot of market approvable peptides have been set to the market recent years. So, as I said, we work with tissue repair peptides. So if you have a damaged tissue or a damaged organ, that could lead to a disease. For example, if you have a wound on the skin that doesn't heal, it's a hard to heal wound, or for example also diabetic foot ulcer, that could lead to problems. There are also many other damages to the body that could lead to a disease like, for example, cardiovascular disease or psoriasis. In our case, we have focused on alopecia, meaning hair loss, and also diabetes. And if we focus on hair loss or alopecia or male pattern baldness, this is a quite huge problem today, both for females and males. And this could lead potentially to psychological problems. And if you think about women, maybe that's more traumatic to women to have significant hair loss. There are only 2 products on the market, and these are old products. They've been around since 1980s or so. And the problem with them is that they are not really effective, and they are also associated with a number of adverse events that limits the use. The response also is quite limited because not all patients respond to the treatment. It's only about 1/3. So if you look at the number of patients in the US suffering from alopecia, you can see that a huge number of both males and females. And the problem is that about 90% of these patients, they don't have adequate treatment, even though there are products on the market. And for some reason, these people don't try them. And I guess that also is an indication that these products are not really good, either efficacy or safety problems. Despite that, on the global alopecia market is estimated to be around 3 billion euros. So this is a huge market, but there is also a possibility to expand the market if there is a good product developed and launched in the future. So what we have seen in our preclinical and clinical studies so far is that FOL005 can potentially activate the hair follicle growth and the follicles in skin. They can repair the damage to the tissue, to the follicle, and activate the hair growth. If you add FOL005 to the tissue, you can actually activate the hair growth, and then that potentially could lead to an increased hair growth, and then the problem is gone. So what we have been doing also the latest years is to develop a topical formulation that is suitable for the peptide, actually stabilizes the peptide so the product can be in room temperature for more than 2 years, which is a huge advantage because this will be a product that people are taking on daily basis in their homes. So what we have seen in the previous clinical trial is a response in line with the existing products on the market. We have seen that in a shorter period of time than the existing products. We have also seen no adverse events at all, so this product seems to be very safe. And with the mode of action, we think also that this product can be used for both males and females. But also one important factor is that the response rate is very, very high compared to the existing products. And this is what we hope to achieve with the ongoing clinical trial. So this trial now we have ongoing in Germany. It's going on in 3 different clinical sites. We have now enrolled all the patients in the trial. It's over 200 patients enrolled, and none of the patients has dropped out, which is a good sign, we think. It's of course controlled, double-blind, randomized study. And what we look for in the first case is of course safety profile and tolerability, because this is the first trial with the topical formulation we have done. We also look for efficacy, like the growth number of hairs per square centimeter. We look for dose response. We look for anagen phase, the number of follicles in the growth phase, and also the number of follicles in the resting phase. And the vellus, the small unpigmented hair follicles or the hairs, are also being assessed. And this is being assessed with a photographic technique, so it is not biased by any individual person that counts these hairs. And what also is good in this case is that we have only really safety studies to support the 3-month treatment, but thanks to the preclinical and clinical safety profile, the authorities in Germany gave us an extra month's treatment, and we hope that the results will be communicated during spring next year. Then you can compare, of course, the product with the existing products on the market or with some products in the pipeline, and we have several advantages over those products. And maybe the most important thing for us is really that we have a long patent life. If this product this is a really great achievement, we think. The other product we have is in diabetes, and you can think of diabetes and hair loss as quite different indications, but it's actually so there's a biological connection. Hair follicle needs insulin to be able to grow hair, and there are also other connections in diabetes. I don't need to tell you about diabetes. It's a huge problem, and there are many people suffering from this. And despite good and modern treatment options, still many patients do not have adequate treatment. If you suffer from diabetes, most often do you also have a complication. And what we think we can contribute to this is that we have these tissue repair peptides that can potentially restore tissues if you have diabetes. So in this case, we have exposed beta cells, the insulin-producing cells in our body, to high glucose levels resembling a diabetes patient. So the red bar is the high blood sugar level. And you can see that compared to the green bar, the insulin release is compromised. But if you add our peptide, you can actually restore the production of insulin, and you can also protect the beta cells from the potentially toxic levels of the high glucose. So by this, we think we can protect the beta cells. And if we look into a tissue culture with these beta cells, you can see on the left side, you can see the healthy beta cells, and you see a cell mat on the bottom of the tube, the test tube. And if you add then high blood sugar levels compared to a diabetes patient, you can see that many cells are gone and they don't look very healthy. But if you add the peptide, then you can protect the cells from these toxic levels of potentially high blood glucose, and that's been shown in the previous slide. So if we then investigate what happens to human islets, so these are people that donated their pancreas, and from the pancreas we have isolated the Langerhans islets wherein the beta cells are located. You can also see the same picture here, that adding our peptide, the blue bar, actually increases the insulin secretion and protects the beta cells on par or even better than a competitor product like one of the GLP-1 analogs. So we are really interested in these effects, and of course we now focus more also on the complications, because this is only focusing on the beta cells themselves in the pancreas, and that's the first step to protect them. But also we would like to investigate other effects on the complications. So this slide is just a summary of all the positive effects we have seen on the cellular levels. We have seen, for example, increased insulin production, insulin release, reduced cell death, increased viability, and so on, which is important for the diabetes patients, both type 1 and type 2. And we have also seen effects in mouse models, where we have seen a reduction on HbA1c levels, which is a marker for blood glucose homeostasis, and of course also a reduction in plasma glucose. And next steps for us is really to create 2 distinct projects which have they should both have a value for big pharma, because we cannot develop them further ourselves. We can take them into clinical stage, but we cannot develop them until market launch, because that's too complicated and costly. But we have so far shown that we have been able to develop and produce peptides with interesting effects both in the hair, alopecia field, but also in the diabetes and its complications field. For the alopecia part, we have a formulation that is unique. that enables the product to be stable in room temperature and allows for the patients to treat themselves very easy in their homes. So of course we have many other peptides in our pipeline. We do not do any development actively on those, but if we are successful in developing these two projects, we can potentially develop further peptides for other or similar medical indications. And this is, in our minds, a good solid foundation for good opportunities for commercial agreements, should, for example, the alopecia trial in the spring be successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jan. That was perfectly timed. I wanted to start by asking a little bit about the funding. In this latest round of financing, you went for a directed share issue. Why?
Yes. So in the first instance, we wanted to broaden our owners, investor base, because we also, that is not a secret, that we needed to raise more funds to be able to secure the further progress in our company, both the alopecia but also the diabetes project. So we decided to do that, and we have actually managed to get interest from many new owners, and this is good for us, and which also means that we now have sufficient funding to continue with the alopecia trial, and also, if it's successful, also to do and initiate the partnering process, which we have lined up so far. I mean, we're all prepared for this, of course.
Of course. Turning to a topic that's hard to avoid these days, the COVID-19 pandemic. How do you expect that, or has it in any way already affected your clinical trials?
Yes, in the spring we had to halt the trial for a period, but we restarted it in the summer, and now it's going very well. As I said, we have now more than 200 patients enrolled, no dropouts, and we have been in every week or several times a week in contact with the clinics. And at the moment in Germany, the situation is, you could say, more or less stable, but so far we have no indications that it will be any difficulties in completing the trial. So this is really good. And also, a majority of the patients, they have already been treated for a long period of time. So we just hope that we can finish the treatment, and hopefully that will have good results in the end.
And finally then, let's talk strategy. What is your strategy for the US market like?
So for the alopecia project, our strategy is to engage with a partner that take care of the US market, also the European market. We cannot go into the US market ourselves. That's too costly and complicated. So we need a partner. And this is what we hope to do in the next year, to partner with our first choice would be a global partner, but if that's not possible, we will have a local partner or regional partner in the US. And the US is the biggest market, of course, so that's most important for us. Yeah.
So that's one of your milestones for 2021. Is there anything else in terms of milestones for the next year that you would like to share?
Yeah, so the readout or the top line data for the hair study is, of course, the most important one, and that's the closest one we have also. And then I'm sure that we will have interesting data to publish or to communicate for the diabetes program. Of course, yeah.
Well, we look forward to that.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for watching. We're going to take a break for lunch, and then we will be right back. Thank you. Welcome back to the BioStock Life Science Summit, where we are ready for today's next presentation, which will be given by Cereno Scientific and its CEO, Sten Sörensen. Welcome, Sten.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be back. So I'm excited to be here. I'm the CEO of Cereno Scientific, and I've been with the company for 6 years. And I am excited to be able to tell about our vision and also our stage of development and what we plan next. Okay, so Cereno Scientific has a vision to unlock the potential within an epigenetic modulation in cardiovascular, common and rare diseases. And to our knowledge, we are the first company that commercially are applying this approach to development of new therapeutic agents for the benefit of patients. We have a pipeline portfolio where we have our lead candidate, CS1, in phase 2. And it's the lead candidate for pulmonary arterial hypertension and thrombotic indications. We also have a preclinical program, an NCE program in cardiovascular treatments. We're listed on the stock exchange since 2016, and we have a market cap of around 150 million Swedish. So cardiovascular disease, as you might know, is the number one killer on the planet. It actually causes double death compared to cancer every year. 80% of those deaths are related to thrombotic indications, such as heart failure, heart infarction and stroke. Now, being such a major health problem, it has tremendous impact on cost for society, and you can see the numbers here for Europe and the US. It is a major pharmaceutical market that's growing with 7.5% per year, and it's estimated to reach 43 billion around by 2025. We estimate to reach the market around 27. Now, what is epigenetic modulation? Well, it's a new approach in developing therapeutic agents for various diseases. And as I mentioned, we are targeting the HDAC inhibition programs. So, and epigenetic modulation is actually impacting the expression of the DNA into proteins without changing the structure of DNA. So it's the expression. And we have a strong pipeline here for HDAC inhibition. Now, why is this so interesting for us and for the people around the world, the scientists that are believing that this could have a high potential? Well, it's documented in preclinical work that HDAC inhibition has anti-fibrotic effects, anti-inflammatory effects, anti-hypertensive effects, and anti-thrombotic effects. And these effects are all impacting disease progression in cardiovascular diseases and some rare diseases. So HDAC inhibition's potential here is tremendous for impacting disease progression beyond actually the end complications. This is a highlight of our scientific advisory board, and the newest addition is Dr. Raymond Benza from Ohio State University, who is the top leader in pulmonary arterial hypertension globally. And his opinion is that we have a real chance to be a game changer for pulmonary arterial hypertension treatment. As you can see here also, we have professors from Harvard too, and we have from Michigan University, France, Karolinska, and so on. So it's a very strong group that we're working with. A glance on our pipeline here. So we have a lead candidate that had this spring received orphan drug designation from Food and Drug Administration, the regulatory body in the US. And that comes with certain benefits, such as 7 years exclusivity whilst you have market approval. Our lead compound is also approved for a phase 2 trial in thrombosis. And then our new chemical entity program, our preclinical program, is also ongoing here. Now, what is pulmonary arterial hypertension? It is high blood pressures in the lung, and it affects 5 to 15 individuals out of 100,000. So it's a rare disease. And these patients experience shortness of breath, fatigue, chest pain, edemas, fainting and heart palpitation. And it leads to problems of oxygen supply and ultimately fatal right heart failure. Lung transplantation is the last resort, so to speak, but only a few patients get that. So PAH has a poor prognosis and it has unsatisfactory treatments at the moment. Now, why is CS1, our lead candidate, and HDAC inhibition so interesting here? Well, the disease progression in pulmonary arterial hypertension is driven by a change in cardiovascular flow in the lungs, or blood flow in the lungs. So there is increased pressure and difficulty for blood to circulate, and this is accompanied with a fibrotic development and inflammation, and in some instances also thrombosis development. And as you can see from this slide, the characteristics of our lead candidate fits very well with the characteristics of the patient. So we have documented that our candidate has anti-inflammatory properties, anti-fibrotic properties, it reduces pulmonary pressure, and it also reduces thrombosis. So it fits very well, and I believe, and we believe, that's why Food and Drug Administration has given us the orphan drug designation, because we have documented data that is so interesting and promises to help these patients when it comes to disease progression, not only systemic impact. So where are we with our program? Well, we have, as I mentioned, preclinical work that substantiated the possibilities in this disease. And we have gone through a phase 1 trial with good safety and tolerability and our targeted pharmacokinetics. And we also lowered a biomarker for thrombosis PAH in that study. We have orphan drug designation, and we're now pursuing our phase 2 program for efficacy in pulmonary arterial hypertension. And we have the orphan drug designation, and we're going to work with, when we have the trial approved, we're going to work with the top medical centers in the US for the first phase 2 program, and then US and Europe for the phase 2B program. Now, looking at the market, it's a rare disease, but it's quite a large market. It's currently around $6.5 billion per year. And while we are targeting to estimate to reach the market 2027, it's going to be around $10 billion. And we have done our own estimates of our possibilities of marketing and sales here, and we're going to reach plus $1 billion annually. So this is very exciting, but this approach with epigenetic modulation has broader possibilities, and PAH is actually the first attempt here now to utilize the characteristics of HDAC inhibition for impacting disease progression in cardiovascular disease. And here you can see on this slide other possibilities. Upcoming key milestones is that we have actually initiated our IND process, which is targeting to get approval for research of this CS1 in PAH in the US, and we have a pre-IND meeting scheduled already with FDA. We hope to get the IND approval in the spring and start the study in phase 2 with CS1 by mid-year next year. In addition to that, we are advancing our program with the new chemical entities in the preclinical work and hope to be able to communicate something around that during the next year. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sten, for a very interesting presentation.
Thank you.
Let me start by asking you what the competitive landscape for Cereno Scientific looks like.
Well, there are about 4 different classes of drugs for pulmonary arterial hypertension, and they are not epigenetic modulators, for one thing, but they're all approved on their ability to reduce the pressure in the lungs And we haven't seen in the documentation that they have any serious impact on disease progression. What I also should say, the market is trending towards more combination therapy, so using the different agents together to help the patient better. So we are aiming to enter that market with our drug, which we hope will be reduce the pulmonary pressure, but also have an impact on disease progression based on the data that we have already. And we will be able to, if successful in our documentation, we'll be able to provide this therapeutic agent to both in monotherapy, but also together with other agents, we believe.
Tying in a little bit to this perhaps, could you talk a bit about how important it has been to have this scientific advisory board in place now that you've moved to a new indication?
Yeah, sure. It's been very important, I think. So they actually contacted us, or me, a couple of years ago, our chairman in the scientific advisory board, Dr. Bertram Pitt, who I've worked with in the past, and he found out what we were working with and really wanted to meet. And that was the start of the build-up of the scientific advisory board with these prominent professors and scientists that we have today. And our original approach was to just look for thrombosis prevention and create a more efficacious and less risky drug for the market, which it needs, less bleeds. But they pointed us to the possibility of disease progression based on the data that they have seen globally. And based on that indication from the board, we started an evaluation process and actually came up with a much broader program and a larger ambition.
And maybe a natural follow-up question then. Can we expect you to go into any further cardiovascular indications with your candidate?
Yeah, so today we have a phase 2 study and program approved for thrombosis. So our total knee replacement study that we have paused before it was started because we upgraded pulmonary arterial hypertension, the rare disease, as a better first approach for our program and what we're trying to do for various reasons, less costly, less amount of time, less risk, and actually a better bet for the shareholders, better value for the investments. So PAH is the first phase 2 program now, and thrombosis is halted for now. And then there are other rare diseases that we are looking at. And as I showed on the slide, there are several other cardiovascular diseases that we might expand to later on.
Well, it sounds like you have an exciting year ahead of you.
Yeah, we believe so.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And we will be right back with yet another presentation. Welcome back to the BioStock Life Science Summit, where I have been joined by Mats Hansson, CEO of Spago, who will now present his company. Welcome, Mats.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. Happy to be here. My name is Mats Hansson. I'm the CEO of Spago Nanomedical, and I'm here today to present Spago Nanomedical, who we are, what we have, and the prospects we see for our projects. We believe we are experts in nanomedicine, and we aim to become a nanomedicine leader. We do have a proprietary platform of nanomaterial which have unique properties for directing functionalized nanoparticles by means of physiological targeting to solid tumors. We are now in clinical stage, and I will come back to some exciting interim data that we made public just the other day. And we have a unique portfolio of projects in diagnostics and in therapeutics based on our platform material. And given the interim clinical data that we see right now and the previous preclinical data that we have demonstrated, we believe that we have a de-risked development pathway ahead of us for both our projects, actually. We see a large unmet medical need, both in diagnostics of solid tumors and, more importantly, in therapeutics of the same. And we are targeting large indications which provides for a large market both in the diagnostic setting and in the therapeutic setting. I will come back to that a little bit more later. First, a few words of our platform. So what we have is a nanomaterial that is polymeric and that we can load with functional metal ions in order to achieve diagnostic properties or therapeutic properties that we believe could have a large impact on cancer treatment. It's important to state that the physiological targeting that we use by means of the so-called EPR effect in solid tumors allows for a solution that is independent of drug release or molecular interaction with the cancer cells. So what are our nanoparticles? Well, we have a polymeric material that can be loaded with clinically validated radioisotopes or metal ions for MRI diagnostics. We can use this material to target aggressive tumors or tumors that are chemorefractory, for instance, and also for diagnostic purposes of newly diagnosed breast cancer patients, for instance. The good thing about using radioisotopes for therapy is that they can be visualized by means of medical imaging, which means that we, in essence, can pre-select patients for clinical trials or for targeting of the therapeutic effect. Also, this gives an opportunity to de-risk the clinical development. And the milestones we have achieved with the diagnostic projects right now validates the platform material both on the diagnostic side and the therapeutic side. So, in breast cancer, what is the role of MRI? Well, MRI is already used as a standard method for imaging of breast tumors. There are lots of new cancer cases every year in this indication, and a large fraction of them already undergo MRI today. So it's an established method. But the problem is that there is also a large proportion of false diagnosis, which puts restraint on the healthcare system, but also restrains the patients, of course. So there is a need for a tumor-selective contrast agent, which is specially developed for looking at solid tumors in the breast. And this is what we have. And with a specialized product, it's usually the case that you can take a premium price, which makes the addressable market very attractive in breast cancer only. Then, of course, we have the prospects of expanding the use of our diagnostic into other solid tumors as well. So, Spagopix is the name of our diagnostic project, which is a contrast agent that is tumor selective and that can be used with MRI to visualize tumors in the breast, for instance. It is based on passive accumulation, or as we call it, physiological targeting to solid tumors. And this principle has now been clinically demonstrated by ourselves and by many others as well. The particles are manganese-based, so in difference to all other agents on the market, which are based on gadolinium, an element that is not really wanted in the body. We have a good IP platform, and we have chosen the breast cancer indication as our lead indication because we see that there's a large medical need, and there is also good preclinical data showing that it works. And now we have these fantastic new results in breast cancer patients showing that it's actually working also in humans. So we have done that in a phase 1 trial that is currently ongoing here in Sweden. And we finalized the first dose group earlier this year, showing that there were no safety concerns. And now we have completed the second dose group and shown that we actually get very good images of the tumors. And it's important to say that this validates not only the SpagoPix project, but more importantly our therapeutic project, TumorAd, which I'm going to come back to. So these are some initial data from the second dose group. We can clearly see there is a tumor in the breast, and we see at baseline that this tumor is kind of grayish, and when you look at the post-infusion images, you see that the tumor is lightened up by the contrast agent. So this is considered to be a very, very good contrast as enhancement of the tumor. And the study now continues on the same dose in order to gather more data and to create more images. And we've also seen another important finding in the study, and that is that we have a very good contrast enhancement in the pancreas. This was kind of unexpected, but it's something that we have investigated and are following up on as well. And we have understood that there is actually a large clinical need for MRI imaging of the pancreas as well, especially for follow-up of precancerous cysts or lesions. And obviously this is something that we consider as a strengthening finding for the licensing package that we aim to pull together in discussions with potential partners. So let me say a few words about our therapeutic project, TumorAd. As you probably all know, there is still a large need for new cancer therapeutics, especially in the late stage of many of the large cancer indications. And this slide is just to present the size of the potential market that we see in these very large indications that we have listed here. So TumorAd is based on the same principles as SpagoPix. It's a nanoparticle, but we have used it to bind a therapeutic isotope, lutetium, in order to be able to irradiate tumors from within inside of the body. We have shown in the preclinical setting that this delays tumor growth and also extends survival in a very aggressive model of breast cancer. And with these data, we selected candidate drug a few months ago, and we are now proceeding very quickly towards the clinic also with this project. So what we are doing is, of course, working with the scale up of the production. We are preparing for the preclinical studies that are needed to support the clinical trial application. And we aim to start the first clinical trial in early 2022 as it stands now. So even more interesting is the potential market in the therapeutic setting of a radionuclide therapy like TumorAd. We have calculated based on the annual mortality and an estimated price per treatments that we have based on the kind of pricing that we see for other comparable treatments on the market today. This gives a stunning addressable market on 145 billion euros per year. And if we break this down a bit more based on estimated market share and so on, we get to some annual sales potential of 1.5 and 4 billion euros per year. So a very, very large indication potential of this therapy. So just to end up, we do have a unique nanomedicine portfolio. We believe that we have very promising data in the clinic as things stands, and we believe that this is a major de-risking factor considering where we are going with both the diagnostic project and our therapeutic project. So thank you for listening.
And thank you. And I have some questions for you.
Thank you.
First of all, I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about the competitive landscape within the space that you are working in. What does it look like?
Well, on the MRI contrast agent side, nothing much has happened actually for many years. And there are established players on the market and there are established agents on the market. What we do see is that those contrast agents have been reduced in numbers because of withdrawals from the market based on gadolinium toxicity, for instance, or worries about that. Mm-hmm. So we believe there is a very clear need and a very clear space for a product like Spagopix on the market. And it's also very clear to us who the potential license partners could be. For Tumorad, which is of course a radionuclide treatment, we are starting to see a growing interest in this field. I think it's driven very much by the fact that there has been new products coming out over the last few years. Mm-hmm. We have Xofigo, we have Lutathera and so on. And we see that basically all the big pharma companies are now successively looking into this space and taking position. We know that Astra made a deal not far from now and so on. So yeah, things are moving on.
So in terms of geographical markets, which markets is it that you're aiming for initially?
Well, I mean, we are looking to find a partner that has a worldwide reach, of course.
And you are in discussions with partners, or can you tell us something about
well,
I know you probably don't want to.
For obvious reasons, I cannot. What I can say is that we have contacts with each of the major companies in the diagnostic fields that we are seeing. So, yeah.
And if we look ahead to next year, what milestones can we expect from you?
Well, first of all, for Spagopix, we are going to complete the clinical trial that we're doing today. And obviously based on those data we are going to seek a development partner or a marketing partner. For Tumorad we are expecting to finalize the preclinical package that will be required to seek or to file a clinical trial application. And we are also going to conduct GMP production for the clinical trial. So altogether, we are aiming for filing of a clinical trial application, well, somewhere around end of next year or something like that. Yeah.
Right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to come here and tell us about Spago.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for watching, and we will be right back in a few minutes with another presentation. Welcome back to BioStock Studio here at Medicon Village in Lund, where our next presenter is Johan Wäborg, the CEO of Iconovo. Welcome, Johan.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I am Johan Wäborg, the new CEO of Iconovo since April this year. And I'm representing Iconovo, which is a company that is deeply rooted in inhalation. We are a company that delivers complete inhalation products to the market. And these products can really shorten the time for pharmaceutical companies to launch. And we base our business on 4 proprietary inhalation platforms. We have IcoCap, which is a capsule inhaler. We have IcoRes, which is a residual inhalation device. We have ICO1, which is a single-use disposable inhalation device. And we have IcoPre, which is a pre-metered inhalation device, much like the Ellipta inhaler from GSK. We are a company that are noted on Nasdaq First North. We have a market cap around 400 million SEK. We are very well capitalized. We took in 60 million end of 2019, and we had at the end of Q3 72 millions left to use. And also Q3 was one of the best quarters that we made, or the best in 3 years from a invoicing and activity point of view. So we are a company that are active within the field of inhalation, and more specifically within the field of asthma and COPD. In those 2 diseases, there are 590 million people living with these diseases. So it's a huge marketplace. What is also less known is that around 1,000 people every day, according to WHO, actually die from asthma, a very common disease that many of you have as well. And this is because they simply did not get access to affordable and effective asthma treatment. So this is the space where we want to get involved and develop a solution for them as well. This market is representing a value of $30 billion. So it's a huge market. And what is a little bit peculiar about this market is that half of the sales is concentrated to only these 5 inhaler platforms. And many of these as well have actually lost the patent, but still the value is retained in the market. And why is that then? It's simply because it is difficult to make an inhalation pharmaceutical product. First, you have to control and make the powder. You have to make that perfect. You have to make it flow. It should end up in exactly the right place in the lung of the patient. And you have to design the inhaler, and you have to make the inhalation device and the powder work perfectly together. So we can solve that problem for companies. So normally they are faced with a long time to develop, a high cost for that development, and a high risk. And Iconovo, we know how to do this. We are a company that is actually based in making device design. Many of our employees were working for AstraZeneca that were actually here in Medicon Village, where we stand today. So we are expert in device development. We are also experts in powder formulation and making exactly the right composition for each inhaler and the patients. And we have an in-house department that can do the analytics, so we can all the time check and optimize so we have the perfect constitution. So instead of facing this long time, high cost, high risk scenario, we can shorten the time, lower the cost, and also lower the risk for the companies that contact us. And when the companies come to us, and we sign an agreement to develop a product, an inhalation product for them, we make a license agreement for a combination of one of our inhalation platforms, the inhaler, a drug of the customer choice, and then in a specific territory. We can then actually use the same platform for another company that comes with another drug and wants to be active in another territory. So this makes our offer very scalable. The way we develop the inhalation products is fully integrated. So we have parallel workflows where we have device development and formulation development and optimization happening in parallel, more or less. So this way we can shorten the time, and we can all the time make sure that we have a perfect balance between inhalation device and formulation. And once we can make the technology transfer to the customer, that pharma company will then set up the pharmacokinetic trials, they will do the registration, set up the supply chain and everything. And from launch on, we, as Iconovo, will get part of the revenues in terms of royalty. So this royalty flow is really what is making up the backbone of our profit model for the future. So we will become a very profitable company when we reach the royalty phase. We are currently not profitable. We are before that sweet spot. And our revenue model is consisting of a technology access fee when we sign the agreements. We then can have a fee for service or a milestone setup, which is the normal way to do it. And in the end, when the product is launched in the market, we get the royalties from sales. If you compare Iconovo to innovative company, maybe with one or two molecules in phase 1 or 2 clinical phase trials, there is a higher probability of success for Iconovo to reach the market. For early stage novel pharma companies, the probability of reaching the market is around 10%. For generics in general, it's above 65%. But we claim that with our integrated development model, it's even more than that, and we can really increase the probability of success. And another thing that we aim to do is that we shorten the time for the companies that contact us. And we estimate that we can cut around 3 to 4 years for the companies in development time. So coming back to our inhalation devices, IcoCap, IcoRes, ICO1 and IcoPre. These are the platforms we have, and we currently have contracts and license agreements for 2 out of these platforms. Our current customers are these 4. We can start top left with BNC Korea, where we have a 20-year royalty agreement. We signed this in July this year. It's for the Asian market. It's a quite big area with 2.7 billion inhabitants, which is growing enormously. It's for 2 formulations, generic versions of Altibro and Seebri, and these should be used in IcoCap. Then we have the agreement with our global partner, Stevanato Group, Italian company, which have a global marketing engine for selling the IcoCap device. We have Amneal, one of our longest partners, which is a 20-year royalty agreement for the European market for IcoRes, and it's a Symbicort generic. This is our most advanced project, and we are currently preparing for technology transfer Q1 2021. The last one is Intes. It's a 20-year royalty agreement, that as well, for the European market, and the substance here is not disclosed. So finally, to sum it up, we are helping companies to get to market faster. And by doing so with our great products, we will allow them to get higher market shares, and we will get higher revenue streams through royalties. There is also a higher chance of success for each Iconovo project by using our integrated development approach. And there is a lower risk in Iconovo compared to early stage one drug pharma companies, for example, because we have currently 4 platforms, inhalation platforms, and a portfolio of projects. Thank you.
No, thank you for a very interesting presentation. And I thought we'd start actually by talking about you.
Oh, thanks.
So like you said, you are relatively new as a CEO for Iconovo. You took over this April.
Yeah.
How would you say that Iconovo's priorities have changed, if at all, since you took over?
The priorities, the core priorities are exactly the same. I mean, the first priorities we have is to get the existing agreements across the finishing line, develop, for example, the Amneal project, technology into technology transfer, which will happen really early next year, and then Intes project as well. And we also have the development of IcoPre really on top of our agenda, because this will be key for the future. And then what I bring is with my commercial background, I bring a little bit more commercial spirit to the company. I structure it and work on getting really more agreements into our portfolio. So customer work.
Yeah, so if we look at your current business platform, what would you say is the most important aspect of that?
I would say the most important aspect is really the unique competence that Iconovo has. It's very hard to copy this model, and it's only a few companies in the world that can do what we do. So we are in a fairly unique position when it comes to this.
And if we look ahead, what are the main near-term challenges for Iconovo, and do you have a plan for addressing them? I assume you do.
Yes, we do. You know, every challenge is an opportunity if you can just manage it better than everyone else. And of course, one of the most evident challenges is the COVID-19 pandemic. With me as a outwards going commercial person, I want to see persons. I want to really be able to go out there. So it's a social challenge, but we really feel that we can manage it by using modern technology. And actually, we feel that we have an ever increasing number of contacts with potential new customers or partners, and it's working really good.
Well, we look forward to following you in the coming years, and thank you so much for coming here today and presenting.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And thank you for watching. We will be back in a few minutes with the next presentation. Welcome back to the BioStock Life Science Summit, where we are ready for the next presentation. And that will be given by Tara Heitner, the CEO of Cyxone. Welcome, Tara.
Thank you, Cecilia. Good afternoon. Welcome. Cyxone is a publicly traded company based in Malmo, Sweden, that is focused on disorders of the immune system. It's founded in 2015 and has been traded on the Nasdaq First North Growth Market since 2016. We've raised about over 200 million Swedish crowns, and most recently, since I joined, 40 million Swedish crowns, which are being deployed for our programs, which I'll describe lately. If we go to the next slide. Cyxone is focused on developing drugs with unique mechanisms of action that can address truly unmet needs in the market for disorders of the immune system. We have 3 programs in our pipeline. Rebexamod is being developed for rheumatoid arthritis, and we're also recently pivoted and deployed rebexamod as a treatment for COVID-19 due to the pandemic. And we also have our signature program, T20K, which is being developed for multiple sclerosis. Our focus is also not just the mechanism of action, but delivering improved efficacy, improved safety, and convenient modes of administration. So if we start with rheumatoid arthritis, this is a disease which it can become very debilitating. It causes joint destruction, and but it also affects other organs. It affects millions of patients worldwide during the very prime of their life, mainly focused on women. There are, of course, treatments for rheumatoid arthritis. However, unfortunately, many patients don't respond to current treatments, or they become resistant to treatments over time. And there's also some unacceptable side effects for some patients. So drugs with new modalities of action are important so that rheumatologists have a better armamentarium of drugs to treat these patients that don't respond. Rebexamod is a drug that has a very unique mode of action. It targets the infiltrating inflammatory macrophage that is one of the immune cells that is shown to be responsible for the joint damage and damage to the cartilage and to the bone that occurs in rheumatoid arthritis. So rebexamod, by targeting these infiltrating inflammatory macrophages specifically, can remove the cause of the disease by returning these macrophages to a non-inflammatory stage, while leaving other immune cells and macrophages that are mature intact. We have, of course, a large amount of data supporting this mode of action on infiltrating inflammatory macrophages, and this is just one example where we show that, in an animal model of rheumatoid arthritis, we are inhibiting the disease, if you look at the triangles, on day 3 and day 5. And that's the time when we know that the infiltrating monocytes are active. We also have data in patients from, of course, safety study, but also a phase 2A study on moderate to severe RA patients. And this data shows that we have improvements after 12 weeks of treatment, but also what's interesting is that there is a duration of effect, and after a 16-week follow-up, we see significant improvements, statistically significant improvements at 16 weeks. So we want to build on these results that were generated some time ago to position rebexamod in the disease for patients who will most benefit from the unique mode of action. And we're currently in the process of designing that study. We have, as I mentioned, we're focusing on these patients that will benefit from rebexamod. In 2020, we also completed a very important 6-month tox study and have received a favorable report in Q3 of 2021. It was a draft report, and the final report will be available next year. This allows us to go into much longer studies with rebexamod, which might be interesting later on. We're currently with our scientific advisory board and a whole new team of employees, experts in drug development are preparing the next study. We hope to run a clinical trial in the end of 2021. So there's a large package of data that's available for this from this phase 2 study with obeximod. Not only do we have the efficacy data in patients, but 5 new patent applications were filed on obeximod in 2020, allowing us to extend the patent protection and exclusivity to beyond 2040, potentially to 2043 with patent extension. We also have an IMPD, which is an important document for approval of clinical trials in place. As I mentioned, the 6-month tox study. Furthermore, our COO, Melvin Bertold, has worked since last year generating a stockpile of GMP-grade API, which is available for future studies. And we have generated a stockpile of capsules as well, available for COVID and RA trials. Sites are approved for RA trial initiation, and we are in the progress of seeking site approval for the COVID-19 trial. So very importantly, this is an oral drug, and this is also very unique for the RA field. If we move to COVID-19, this package of information, which I just went through, allowed us to very quickly pivot and position obeximod in the COVID-19 trial because of all the work that had been put in by the COO already since 2019 in preparing for the RA trial. So we decided that because of this unique mode of action on this infiltrating inflammatory macrophage, which is also relevant for COVID-19, here you have the virus which infects the lung, macrophage becomes activated, which you want to happen, fights the infection. But in cases with patients that become ill, you end up with this cytokine storm, which is what you don't want, and a hyperactivation of the macrophage in the lung. This needs to be stopped. It can cause acute respiratory distress syndrome that leads to sepsis and eventually organ failure, which is when you see people succumb to the disease. Obeximod, we believe, could prevent the progression to ARDS in moderate COVID-19 patients by preventing this cytokine storm, by targeting this hyperactivated macrophage, returning it to a non-inflammatory phenotype, and avoiding respiratory complications and downstream pathology. So as I mentioned, a lot of work has gone in since June in planning for this COVID-19 trial. All the preparatory work has been done. A phase 2 study with 300 patients with moderate COVID-19 is being planned for hopefully the end of the year if there are no delays. The primary endpoint is time to response after 2-week treatment. And it expands on the potential of obeximod from chronic RA to acute treatment in COVID-19. Now this is very interesting because it won't only apply to COVID-19, but also any virally induced acute lung disorder caused such as influenza or SARS that will inevitably, come periodically, and we will need treatments against it. Importantly, this is a safe drug, as we've seen from the package we had for RA. It's very safe. It has a good safety package up to 6 months. So the 2-week treatment, there should be no problem. And we'll be able to treat patients at the moderate stage, so before they become acute, before they become severe, thus relieving a lot of the burden that this disease is putting onto healthcare systems. Oh, and I just want to mention that we would have the readout by Q3 of next year. Now, finally, T20K is being developed for multiple sclerosis. And this is a disease which also attacks patients in the prime of their life, and usually in their 20s to 30s. And it attacks the myelin sheath of the nerve. This causes irreparable damage into the myelin sheath, which ends up having side effects such as tingling in the hands, strange sensations, difficulty walking, cognitive disorder. There are 2.5 million patients approximately worldwide. Most of them have the case of relapsing remitting multiple sclerosis. And current therapies may lead to safety and tolerability problems, as well as the fact that some require extensive monitoring and frequent testing. So more easy to administer drugs are needed and with different modes of action. T20K acts to halt disease at an early stage before the damage to the myelin sheath occurs, and it reversibly reduces the IL-2 release. IL-2 is a cytokine that's key in recruiting immune cells in an autoimmune function. And this, by reducing this, we're able to control the disease. Furthermore, we believe we can get long-lasting efficacy. This is something we're exploring right now. And importantly, the drug has been shown in preclinical studies to be active through IV, IP, and orally. And so based on this, convenient administration form is being explored. Based on this convenient administration form, we will go into further studies. We already have a very good study in a phase 1 clinical study with an IV infusion, and this indicated a positive safety profile, but it was limited. So we will extend and go to a full toxin safety profile with the new administration once we decide on it. As with our other programs, our business model will be that we will partner based on patient proof of concept after a phase 2 study, but this would not be until late 2022, 2023. But finally, I'll leave you. We have a company with 3 novel pharmaceutical drug products in the pipeline. We hope to have a clinical trial initiated this year and hopefully another one next year. And we will begin to intensify our outreach to licensing partners and co-development partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. So you've been in office for about 6 months now.
Yes.
What have you sought to achieve in those 6 months?
Well, when I joined, it was a very small company. Our COO was really running things on her own, doing a great job. But it was important to build a lot of infrastructure in the company and bring on internal expertise rather than using external experts and sort of bring that into the core competencies of the company. So we've started doing that and we hired 3 new people as well as some additional consultants. There was also an issue with the patent situation, and we immediately addressed that, filing 5 new patents already on Rebexamod, which we will strengthen our the value of the asset and allow us the flexibility to actually maneuver in a more structured way towards the next clinical trials in RA.
If we look a bit at the financial side, you recently made a directed unit issue. What will those funds be used for?
Yeah, so we had raised some funding earlier which covered most of the expenses for the COVID trial, but we will actually use some of that for finalizing and running the COVID trial. But we also want to use some to look at the T20K administration forms, and of course get ready for the phase 2 RA trial. And then of course our partnering efforts, which will be intensified next year.
Yeah, and speaking of next year, what do you hope to achieve during 2021?
Well, we hope to finalize the COVID trial and really learn a lot more about the mode of action of our drug and its possibilities in airway disorders. And then we hope to initiate at least one other clinical trial in either the RA or the T20K for MS by the end of next year.
Well, we look forward to following you during next year as well. And thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much for having me.
And thank you again for watching, and we will be back in a few minutes with the next presentation. Then I welcome you back to BioStock Studio and the BioStock Life Science Summit, where I've been joined by Immune Biotech and CEO Sharam Lavasani, who is here to present the company. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I would like to thank you so much for your interest hearing presentation of Immune Biotech. Immune Biotech is active in a very new and exciting field of the microbiome. There are increasing evidence providing data and evidence where connecting our gut microbiome, our microbes in our bowels and the intestine, to how they are shaping our immune system, how they have impact on our health and disease, and their influence on the efficacy of our drugs. So we learn more and more how they are communicating from the gut to the brain, the so-called gut-brain axis, and now our upcoming projects about the communication with the liver and with the lungs and etc. I'm also very proud that we have our research in the field of multiple sclerosis and neurological diseases have provided very early on evidence on the pathological changes of the gut and bowel during the development of the MS, which is the inflammation of the central nervous system. Immune Biotech is discovering, developing, and since October last year, commercializing therapeutic effective probiotic products designed with the pharmaceutical precision for management of diseases. There are a general consideration that probiotic bacteria are good for health in general, but that's not true. They are so different. They are so different on their biological impact in our body. So we have first started by providing us an asset and access to a huge library, a collection of these probiotic lactobacilli. It's a diverse library, and in top of that, all of them are isolated from the food sources. That's also very distinguishing us from many other actors. They have bacteria from the fecal samples, from the biopsies, etc., etc. So in parallel to that, we also established methods in order to select the properties of interest, to screen them, and resulted to a lot of know-how for us. So basically, the whole concept of a company is to design a product for a purpose already from the start, and not by random, like many other products in the market. So I'm going to share the success story of our first product, Gut Magnifique, for management of IBS, irritable bowel syndrome, that has been launched since October last year. And I will also tell you more about upcoming products, part of our companion probiotic program, where we are developing products to be used with drugs in order to improve the efficacy and prevent the gastro-related side effects. We all know that an innovation is worth nothing without a good team, so I'm so proud having a small but very a team with all expertise needed for a business, and also having the pleasure working with the gurus within the consumer branding and also digital marketing in Sweden and also US. But the greatest pleasure and honor have been working very closely with the clinicians and experts of our field, having faith on us, and are increasing a number of these physicians, not only from Sweden, Karolinska, but also in the US, with faith for our research and recommending our products to their patients. The therapeutic potential of probiotic solutions or microbial solutions, if they are supposed to fix the changes of the gut microbiome, which we call as dysbiosis, has shown to be very weak. So we consider that although a product should target the microbes in the gut, fixing or whatever the changes or disorders or errors, but we also need to do more. Basically, we have to modulate the immune system. We also have to have an impact on the intestinal barrier function. And this has been true while we have been developing our first product, Gut Magnifique, where the product has been going through several steps of selections and development for having an impact on all these parameters related to IBS initially. So the Gut Magnifique has come very far. Our business model is to launching a product once we have the clinical evidence that we know that it works in human. So we are not only satisfied to showing that it works in animals. So God Magnific has come very far after previous studies, successful studies, and a current ongoing study. I'm going to tell you more, and has been launched in the market since last year. And upcoming products, we have a product for multiple sclerosis, will be designed to be combined with a certain pharmaceutical drugs in the market, and also IBD. So irritable bowel syndrome is a huge disease. There are almost 10-15% of population all around the world have IBS, and this also coexists with different conditions. IBS have different types. So during our studies, we have been extremely happy to see that this way of thinking, the innovation of the product, has shown impact on all different types of the IBS and different issues and errors, including the abdominal pain, constipation, diarrhea, bloating, and also the sensitivity to food, which is associated to the so-called leaky gut syndrome, in turn caused by the inflammation, and depression, where a lot of these people are suffering from. And increasing amount of consumers are also reporting the impact on their other conditions which coexist with the IBS. Currently, we are very much active working with this disease called myalgic encephalomyelitis, chronic fatigue syndrome, which is a horrible neurological condition that is often triggered by a serious infection, has also been called as a post-viral fatigue syndrome. So these patients not only suffering from fatigue, but they also have a lot of other neurological issues, but also have a lot of gastrointestinal problems and IBS. The majority suffer from IBS. And not to mention the recent reports on the COVID patients, this disease has received more and more attention because there is an estimation that more than 10% of patients suffering from COVID, after long-term disease and illness, they may develop ME/CFS. So we are very honored by invitation from Karolinska Institute and physicians that they invited us to set up, and we have an ongoing phase 2 study with 90 patients, a double-blind randomized placebo study we are very proud of, where we are evaluating God Magnific in patients with both ME/CFS and IBS. So after having a successful pilot study, we are really looking forward these very exciting results which we'll receive by the end of this year or early next year. So God Magnific has gone very long way. The patent is also pending in some geographic area, but to our major happiness, this has been approved in US. US usually is one of the toughest countries in the world approving patents for microbial therapies. So having it at the first is a great pleasure for us, indicating the potential of the product and the quality of the research. And now it is also approved in Russia, South Africa, and also good reports we have received from EPO. The product has been classified as a nutritional supplement. We have also have an agreement with one of the Europe's best manufacturer producing the product. The production of the large scale has been already finalized with a great quality. Also, another European company, Nutrilenia, has created our capsules, which are also another additional innovative way of thinking, where the administration of the substance has also been our focus. We have used the American Capsugel DR capsules with the delayed release property, where the substance will be released firstly in the intestine and not in the stomach. So the business model is that we would like to sell the product, we would like to make it available both via directly B2C to the consumers directly, and also B2B. Regarding the B2C, we have already started. It has also been another development for the company, creating a platform where we are selling directly to the consumers in Sweden, in Europe, and now increasing amount in US, and upcoming orders from Asia. Increasing amount of the consumer feedbacks, which we are extremely happy that this works, they like it. So having an estimation about the revenues, the company already have the revenue, this small biotech company in Lund. So we are so proud of that, and our estimation is if we can only reach 1% of patients with IBS or individuals with IBS, so within 7 years from now, it's going to be approximately 200 million Swedish crowns as a revenue. So, but once again, this is very shy estimation. We have done this estimation last year in order to give an information to our shareholders what we estimate to sell this year. And the numbers is exactly as we have been expecting. And we are so happy that we are reaching this curve of sale is increasing by each month. And a recent survey we have done has indicated that the great majority of our consumers are very happy with the product. They're recommending, they are doing reorders, and although we haven't done any active marketing strategy yet, and increasing amount of patients giving us the feedbacks about the efficacy. The known patients in the media with many years of suffering are getting back to us. They said it's a miracle. They really have improved efficacy, and ever since, even patients from US are giving us the same feedbacks after using hundreds of different supplements. They are so happy just with the God Magnifique, and some, like Dr. Deborah Rose in US, also decided to buy a significant amount of shares in our company being on board. So driving plans, we would like to finalize our clinical study, which is very exciting, and the production is done. We are targeting US. A lot of good things is happening in US for us. We are preparing the gross safety dossier presented for FDA. So our commercial, very nice design, recently designed product packages have been ordered. They will be available already early next year. And in the final, we have an ongoing share issue, which we close it December 6th. And we do have a ready strategy, clear strategy for IPO by the end of 2021, early 2022. And if you have any questions and are interested to know more, you're very welcome to reach out to us. So by that, I would like to thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Like you said here, you have recently been granted the patent in the US. And you said that's usually quite difficult. What do you think it is about your product that made them give you the patent?
Well, US is toughest in the world in a way that they are evaluating the research and data behind the microbial products. So having their approval is really a validation of the quality of the product, of the innovation, of the new way of thinking, and of course, after US, many other countries will also come afterward because they really look at what US is doing. But at the same time, this will also create better opportunity for us for the B2B partnership discussions that we have. And not to mention the increased demand of the consumers in US, that we are selling more and more in US. So this will further boost our sale and make the product more attractive in the US market.
You mentioned here discussions with potential partners and distributors. I understand that you can't reveal too much, but could you tell us something about how they are going?
Absolutely. We have ongoing very exciting discussions with the partners in Europe, in Sweden, and the EU, and US, of course. We have received a lot of attention, and also recently in China. But at the same time, we do not let these discussions go very quickly because we are waiting for this exciting clinical study we are performing right now. And if the results will be as we have seen in the pilot studies, this will be the world's first solution for this horrible disease. And not to mention on the increased amount of the COVID patients testing the God Magnifique, reporting not cure, but on quick recovery. This will open up a huge opportunities for us. So it's a little bit on purpose that we are delaying this until the result of the clinical study will be revealed.
I see. And if we look forward then to next year, what milestones do you hope to achieve during 2021?
We will start with our highly gorgeous commercial packages, because so far the packages, what they look like is our pre-launch products. But the commercial product will be ready early next year, already in January. 9,000 boxes will be ready for sale. So that's something to really celebrate. There are more and more patent approvals are coming up, which is really increasing the validation and the value of the company, of course, and hopefully business-to-business partnership. But most importantly is US market. We are going to US. We are very much aimed at. There are a lot of opportunities. Physicians are recommending our product. Patients connecting us. Hey, by recommendation by my doctor, I would like to buy. So we the increased demand, we have to take care of it. So we're going to create a company in US and an establishment for Immune Biotech, and starting with the local storage in order to have the delivery locally. Today we use DHL, but at the same time we are looking for a partnership, business to business, and we can increase and boost this as soon as possible.
Well, it certainly sounds like you have an exciting year to look forward to, and thank you so much for coming here and telling us about it.
Thank you so much.
And thank you again for watching. We will be back in a few minutes with the final presentation of this year's BioStock Life Science Summit. welcome back to the BioStock Life Science Summit and the last presentation of the day. Last but definitely not least, Carbiotix, which is presented by CEO Christopher Cook. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Cecilia. Carbiotix is a company that's truly in the nexus of food tech and life science and is really pioneering the area of microbiome healthcare. The company itself is an award-winning biotechnology company covering two different areas: modulators, including ingredients, medical foods, therapeutics, as well as gut health testing, which means fundamentally we're dealing with both the intervention as well as the way to validate whether we achieve a certain efficacy. The mission of the company is very focused. Our focus is on the area we call prebiotic soluble fibers. And what we want to do is increase these in people's diets by doing three things: manufacturing the lowest cost and most effective prebiotic, again, a balance between the two, getting this to market in as many forms as channels and as possible, as I mentioned, regarding ingredients, medical foods, but also many, many different partners. And last but not least, validating the efficacy. Again, spearheading this effort towards full transparency and the personalization of impacts on people. Now, what is this microbiome? Well, we know that when we consume different things such as prebiotics and probiotics and polyphenols, etc., we're promoting carbohydrate fermentation and the production of positive or good metabolites such as butyric acid. And we know if we're consuming, for example, meats, alcohol, etc., we're promoting protein fermentation, which is essentially producing toxic elements or metabolites. In the latter case, what is happening is it's introducing leakage in the gut, which is having negative impacts on many things. So we know that gut health itself has a bearing on multiple health factors, from blood sugar to cholesterol regulation to mineral absorption and the risk of developing multiple chronic and metabolic diseases. But most importantly, especially now in the time of COVID, we know that 70% of the immune system sits in this gut-associated lymphoid tissue in the gut, and therefore having good gut health is of grave importance. We know also that gut health changes over time, or at least the probiotic bacteria profile, the host probiotic bacteria profile. And as an infant, we have a high diversity in a lot of these probiotics, and as we get older, they become less, and as we go into a disease state, they go down as well. But this is also impacted by diet, medicine use, stress, sleep, etc. And therefore, it makes it a significant challenge to measure, almost like a moving target when you're trying to optimize gut health. Now, the company itself is focused on essentially two areas, as I mentioned earlier. The first area is the diagnostic area, and the second area is the modular area, and I'll go into both of these. What happened back in roughly 2017 is that when we collected multiple samples from our customers, we saw that up to 25% of those samples had some element of this natural variability, as I mentioned earlier, impacted by diet, exercise, as well as air in the sampling itself. And it dawned upon us that the business model, which was transposed essentially from 23andMe in the genomic area into the microbiome area by early pioneers in this field back in 2012-13, didn't really consider this factor of natural variability. Therefore, it became quite logical for us, after testing a PCR technology and longitudinal testing, to introduce what we call a more reliable gut health test, the triplicate test. And that's what we introduced earlier this year through a service we called OneGut. This test is the most cost-effective test per vial in the world today. So for the same price as all competitors, not only in Sweden but globally, we offer a gut health test in triplicate, so 3 times the reliability. We're targeting this to consumers, but as you'll see, we quite recently moved over to what we consider a B2B transaction as an access point to these consumers. And this market today is roughly 100 million euros, but I think within a reasonable time frame, this market will grow substantially, and it is growing substantially as well as the importance of gut health grows. Now, how do we get this to market? As late as actually early, depending on your perspective, as 2 weeks ago, we introduced LinkGut as our primary channel to market for our One Gut service, which means that any food and beverage company, any supplement company, any health and wellness company, as well as pharma company, we build them at no cost, a website extension or through an API integration, their own gut health test that they can offer to their customers to validate their products, focused not only in the general gut health area, but more specifically on the utilization of prebiotics, but also to help build better products, formulate better products, and get to know their customers more, thus build brand loyalty. And in this linked gut service, we've also integrated the study gut service that we had previously, which is essentially one can take the customer base and do more extensive studies. So now we have one channel to market through the linked gut concept, which is a B2B service that we offer now, as I said, food and beverage companies and nutraceutical companies. But why do we do this? Well, fundamentally, this is a driver for modulator sales. If we look at the gut health area in terms of gross margins compared to modulator margins across the ingredient side as well as the medical foods and therapeutics, significant difference, 25% versus 75 to 95%. So we utilize the diagnostic platform as a way to build relationships with potential customers and their customers of these modulators, as well as identified multiple channels to market as ingredients, medical foods, therapeutics, but also through health and wellness companies, etc. And then build this huge advocate base for the modulators as well, in academia and in business as well. So in terms of the modulator side, what is our first product? You know, our ambition is to have multiple products, but our first product is called Axis. It's an arabinoxylo oligosaccharide derived from the bran of corn, but we can use different products for this. Now, this product is up to 10 times more effective than at-market products, which we validated essentially in the very beginning, back in 2015. It has unique key functional properties such as emulsification, and is at a price point which is in line with first-generation products. So again, in line with first-generation products, 7.5 to 10 euros per kilo, and up to 10 times more effective. And our ambition there is to capture as much value as possible with this particular product. And it's entering a market which is today a 5 billion euro market in comparison to the 50 billion euro probiotics market, but this market is growing substantially. The second modulator class or category is considered a medical food, and it's a pure form of this Axis product. And here's an example here of this pure form. And today we'll be carrying out quite soon, actually, 2 studies, one in the CVD area and one in the type 2 diabetes area as a co-treatment or co-intervention. The market for medical foods is much larger than that of prebiotics and is also growing globally. So we're very excited about this and the promise of looking into the application of this particular ingredient in additional studies. Last but not least is the therapeutics area. And we know that we can use this Axis product as a backbone to formulate different symbiotics to have a positive impact. Again, targeting a co-treatment application and not living under the illusion we can have that as a primary treatment. So we will be using it with existing pharmaceuticals at market as well as in development, targeting the same areas as the medical food. The market in this case is somewhat smaller, but is growing substantially quicker than the other markets as well. So, in summary, this slide, I think, summarizes our main competitive advantages, why we're different, and why the bet we're making will be successful going forward as well. And the first topic is that of species diversity versus targeting specific species and the metabolite focus. At the heart of this, we're focusing on the utilization of a soluble fiber or prebiotic. And we know that this is deficient in about 99% of people, especially at levels, for example, which I consume. I'm consuming upwards of 30 grams a day of a soluble fiber, and we know that that's feasible for multiple individuals as well. Secondly, the single sample test versus the multi-sample test. As I alluded to earlier, with gut health testing, there is natural variability, there is error, and therefore the company that can offer a multi-sample test will have a higher reliability and thus making it much more attractive. Single point sampling versus longitudinal sampling. We know there is no silver bullet, and therefore the only way to find a solution in the gut health area or utilization of the microbiome to improve general health is essentially to monitor someone over time and see the impact of different interventions. The generic intervention based on clinical studies versus the personalized intervention. The future is personalization. It's inevitable, it's coming, and we're extremely well positioned to take advantage of that and leverage our technical platform. Gut disease focus versus broad disease focus. Most of the individuals operating in this area are essentially focusing on the gut area. However, we see the promise and the potential of utilizing gut health to improve, for example, the pharmacokinetics of different drugs, addressing side effects of different drugs, and essentially generally improving these areas that I mentioned before in terms of mineral absorption, regulation of blood sugar, cholesterol, and most importantly, immune system integrity. And last but not least, the microbiome focus versus the holistic focus. We're a company that is very humble. We recognize the limitations of the microbiome test, and we want to include it in as many service providers of holistic services as possible. They can collect the blood work, they can collect the genomic data. We'll provide the microbiome service at the best cost possible. And what do we do there? We establish a very good platform to introduce our modulator. So thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. That's good, because I have a couple of questions for you.
Good, thank you.
You have just reported quite an eventful Q3. So what can we look ahead to for the fourth quarter?
Well, as I said in my presentation, the most important thing right now is making progress in connection with the modulator, so this Axis product. So what you're going to see, and I've communicated this earlier as well, is a defined plan for that scale up. And a plan where we capture as much value as possible, not only next year, but going forward as well in the different product groups. On the modulator side, on the diagnostic side, obviously we made that transition to the link gut service, which is a B2B service. And then I think reporting on additional link gut partners and standout partners as well. Those who could potentially have a significant positive impact on the company, but also drive significant modulator sales going forward. That's something I think that is important. And then obviously in connection with Axis, there's the ongoing regulatory work as well.
Of course.
Yeah.
In general, gut health seems to be an area that is attracting more and more attention. What would you say about the competitive landscape in this area?
As I alluded to in the presentation, we are taking a different position. Being a Canadian,
it's very different,
and a hockey player at the rep level as well. I can always refer to sort of a quote of Wayne Gretzky: "You want to skate to where the puck is going to be." We're making a bet that to be successful in this business, you have to hit the prebiotic. It has to be a component, because we know that utilization of probiotics, although a market that's 10 times bigger than the market we're operating in, those probiotics cannot inhibit host probiotics. So we see the need definitely for mixtures between probiotics and prebiotics, but not at the expense of host probiotic species. So this is a key factor, and this is why we're driving and pushing so hard our modulator, which is a prebiotic. Then it's about the measurement, the validation of the efficacy, right? Getting this to market through as many channels as possible. Others, food and beverage products and nutraceuticals, our own medical foods and therapeutic products, capturing as much value as possible. Others may be content with just a consumer product. We want to be in a B2B scenario. So we want to have access points to as many potential market opportunities as possible, but not be seen. We will be behind the scenes, but we'll be everywhere.
If we look at next year in terms of milestones, if you had to put it into 2 or 3 milestones that you hope to achieve during next year, which would those be?
I consider this year to be a transition year, both in terms of moving from the consumer to the B2B link gut diagnostic focus, moving from R&D to an early scale up on the pilot phase for the Axis ingredient, and putting in place this plan, which will be shortly communicated, as I've communicated many times before. Next year is going to be a breakout year for the company. It's going to be a breakout year in terms of the maturity of the Link platform, API integration across multiple different partners, new and exciting partners in the space for food and beverage products and nutraceutical products, access at market, so fulfillment of the regulatory requirements, production scale, supplying this and actually selling it, in this case for US applications. Those are fundamentally the areas that are extremely exciting. For me, however, I look at this from the perspective of how can one create as much value as possible? And when we established the strategy of the company, we asked the question, should we aim for something that within, hypothetically, a 5-year horizon could reach a 10x, and when the fundamentals catch up, that is the end point in terms of value increase? Or should we set the foundation, put the building blocks in place, which would allow for a company to be built up to where it captures as much value as possible in 4 industries, which are multi-billion euro industries. Mm-hmm. So the prebiotic industry, so the actual ingredient, the diagnostic industry, the medical food and the therapeutic industries. And success in one of those industries breeds success in the other. So there's a synergy effect between these industries. So if you're successful in one, there's a higher likelihood you'll be successful in the others. And where we set the basis of not reaching that cap in 5 years, but setting a trajectory where you could reach 100x in a 10-year period and beyond. That's the position we've taken in the company. And it may cause frustration in the early years because we're not able to achieve maybe that level of success because we're rooted in establishing the foundation of production. But it pays significant dividends in the long run. Hmm. And that's the position I've taken. I've invested in multiple companies. I've started multiple companies. I continue to start multiple companies, but this is the only company I'm operational in. And the motivation is quite strong. And that is, I think, a clear justification of the promise I think that this company has as well.
Well, thank you for coming here and telling us about it.
Yeah, it's a pleasure, Cecilia.
And
thank you.
Thank you for taking this year's edition of the BioStock Life Science Summit across the finishing line.
Yeah, thanks.
Christopher's and all the other presentations will shortly be available on our website, BioStock.se. And we would also like to take this opportunity to thank our partners who made this possible. Porter Clarkson, Nasdaq and Nyhetsbyrån Direkt. And of course we would like to thank the participating companies and you, the viewer. And we will see you next year for BioStock Life Science Summit 2021, hopefully not in a virtual setting. Thank you.